All right, all right, all right. Last day of the week, Friday, and I'm looking forward to it. Not that I get to take it easy, because I have to catch up on everything I didn't do all week on Saturday. What a drag. It's like I'm back to a full-time job. But so this morning, everybody might have been watching the markets, and what we're looking at right over here is the futures, and they're down 28. I think I saw as far as 36. And basically, they interviewed Bullard, and he's a Federal Reserve governor, and he just had a very hawkish stand. But that's his nature, too. Not to mention also he's a Republican, so, Republicans aren't going to act favorably to the economy when there's a Democrat in office, because they're already fighting for that 2024 seat. And again, not that I'm speaking to the merits of any one party. It's just both parties behave like that, and things are generally more to the benefit of the party than the benefit of the people. But hey, that's a whole other web channel. He was just speaking about jacking the interest rates a little sooner and things of that nature. So the market kind of took off on it. Really, this is just the options market and options trading. I would suspect that it's going to crawl. The market's going to crawl back up before the open. This is kind of ugly, though. If it does stay here. And I know we're jumping right into it. Well, you know what? Let's just do first things first. Just take a quick look, because that's always a good practice to look at the news front. And today, June 18th, really nothing going on. They're doing oil rig counts, so light volume. And then really next week, we're not looking at a whole bunch going on. Thursday is durable goods. And durable goods orders, and they're expecting a jump of almost 2%. So that's all hand in hand with inflation. Personal income, we're looking at on Friday. So it should be a relatively light week next week. Aside from these inflation fears and the Fed's just messing up our game plans. And then just a quick look of what's going on the front page of CNBC. Obviously sensationalizing this little move down, but it was really just a reaction to a statement. And you got to understand that there's 7 border governors, and some guys are hawkish, some guys are dovish, and it just sets the tone for what people are thinking when each one of them comes out and makes an announcement. But it's really inconsequential, because they make their decision as a whole, and basically the policy follows what the chairman has been spewing, which is Powell. And they expect to do something in 2023, and we got to look at the economy. And there's so many circumstances out there that it can affect whether they're going to raise interest rates or not. So this is like a knee-jerk reaction to it. In my opinion, it's just the markets can remain unreasonable longer than most investors can remain liquid, or the markets remain irrational longer than most investors can remain liquid. So therein lies the rub. But these are the futures right now. This is the 60-minute on the future. It's creating a little tail, and really it should. My data is a little behind, but we should be onto our next bar here. I don't know why it's not demonstrating correctly. So we'll just reload the data. Yeah, and it's still doing it. Jump between the 30 maybe. Well, the 30 is correct. So it looks bearish on the futures right now, but people will start cleaning up their books before the market opens, and we'll get a better feel as we get closer to the market open. How that's going to affect us today is kind of interesting. And let's get this to swing around, and we get our bias for the day. So good morning to everybody who's joining me. And if you can, hit that subscribe and hit the bell and hit the like. It goes a long way for me. Any questions you have, just drop it in the comment section, and I'll try to answer them. And if you're new to the channel, this is off-grid trading, and that's what I'm doing. I'm off the grid, and I'm trading, and I'm showing all my friends over here who joined this channel, my Free Folk Nation, how to make a buck living off the grid and living a nice lifestyle, getting out of the rat race. So right here is our daily, and this is yesterday's bar. And we're down 30, so that's going to put us at about 91, which is a little foreboding. I mean, breaking this low right here is a good indication that we're going down further. But it could do exactly what it did here, break another low and have a lower high, and we'll have another down bar, another small trend down. And you know, a 3-day trend on the S&P 500, it's common. Look, here's 2 days. Here's 1, 2, 3 days, pops up, turns around. So, I mean, it's really nothing to get tail feathers in a ruffle. So, we'll see what it does. It would be nice if it pops down and then fights its way back up. That's encouraging. People are taking advantage of the dips under those circumstances. So, we're just going to have to watch it and see what it does for the day. And let's see. What else does everybody have an interest in? That BB, nothing's really changed. Trying to figure out where it is right now. Yeah, it's down 10 cents. Nothing really going on. It's not going to change our picture. This is the daily. Yesterday it has a nice strong up bar. Yesterday's down 10 cents. So it's going to open up right at the top of yesterday's bar, and we'll see if it makes any moves. And CLOV, the other big popular meme stock. Everybody wants to retire quick on that. That's only up 8 cents. There's just no movement going on pre-market, and it's Friday. It's quadruple witching. It's a big day. It's probably going to be pretty volatile, but hopefully we end up pushing up and closing that gap a little bit. AMC's up 64 cents. So, yeah, it's going to open up mid-bar. Another wait-and-see kind of day. Would have been nice if we had that hammer on the S&P last night. But this move down on Bullard's statements might have blown up that play. Bitcoin. Everybody wants to know about Bitcoin, too. A private currency. That's basically what this is. I'm still torn on it. Good morning, Kerry. Sunshine. I hope. So Bitcoin. So basically private currency. These are private individuals who are going out there and creating currency. I don't know how the governments are going to fare with that. And there's some volatility, too, in government currency. So interesting concept. But are we... Oh, you know what? I don't think I have the 24/7. No, I don't. So let's just see where this baby's trading. A, B, C, D. There you go. Bink. I'm looking for the indicator. Oh, there you go. The net change display. Pink. All right. Down 0.6%. Which doesn't really tell me what I want to know. No, it's not going to display. Oh, and technology's supposed to make your life easier. So it's down under 1%. Some people are trying to use this as a hedge against currency, which I guess at the moment you could do that. But I think there are better vehicles. But I'm starting to watch it because I want to see what the trading pattern is. It's got a lot of volatility. If it's not too whippy and it has some sense of orderly trading, I might consider starting to trade that. So nothing really to look at. Just kind of hang out, watch the markets, and see if we can find our opportunities in there. We're down 24 right now, which is getting better. It's actually, let's keep the S&P right here. So, I mean, that's close to yesterday's low, which is good because when we started talking, we were down close to 30. So it's grinding its way back. So we're actually if we open up in these ranges, we'll open up above yesterday's low, which is good. Technically, that means we would open up testing the low. Hopefully, we reject that low and move back up, and we're on our way. Hey, John. Good morning. Good morning. What I'm looking at over here on that 30-second chart is the futures, and that trades just like option contracts, and you could trade pre-market, and it showed a nice little bullish divergence, and then it was kind of flirting with this resistance right here, tested it, and then took that pop. I mean, you have a little hammer here. I don't see anything that would really encourage me to get in on this low, but that's the move down from the Fed talking. I threw a fib up there to see how it retraces, and it actually retraced right back up to the 55 and turned around. And we'll see if it holds that. It just broke this trend right here. Came back down below yesterday's low. But this is the futures. So the low's a little different than what the SPX low is, because the futures closes later. But I'd like to see it hold that uptrend and close up higher today. But I'm not panicking yet. YM is the symbol for the Dow. That's the Dow futures, and they're down 271. So when you hear in the morning that market closed down or what have you, it's actually, or market's going to open up down, and then you see that gap. It's actually the effect of the futures. The futures are indicating that the market's down. Then once the market opens, the market kind of drags the futures around. The ZB is bonds. Bonds are up 230 seconds. Which means interest rates are down a touch. And there's AMC right there. Oh, and look at my space. My Virgin Galactic down 63 cents. Viacom, Verizon, Exxon, TBT. Some equities that I like for myself. And I'm down across the board. Such is the investing world. Anybody talking to me? Just good mornings? Good morning. And welcome, everybody. So what do we have? We have 15 minutes till the market open. And we're just staring at the futures and watching them trade. It's interesting. I read some articles about the Reddit moves, and it seems like they're kind of losing in their momentum and enthusiasm. But Usually, once they start publishing articles like that, that's when everything changes. All right, we still got a higher high on this future right here, a higher low rather. So that's a good sign. We just need to make a higher high to continue that trend. Oops, it looks like it's about to break it. So anybody have any questions or want me to look at any securities for them? Or now's the time that market gets going. Might keep me entertained and busy. Got to protect my equity trades if the market turns against me, which I think I'll just, unless it gets dramatic, I'll probably just let it do what it has to do today, anticipating that you know, it's not uncommon that we get 3 days of movement against us. Wonder if we'll see that 4180. I think that's the 50-day moving average right there. Yeah, it is. 4180 would be the 50-day. It's not uncommon that you move down and touch that 50-day moving average. People tend to harvest a little bit of profit. Have some Vivaldi in my ear, and it might be mellowing me out a little too much. I'm assuming the sound is good. I think I got some praise for my recordings last night because I fixed that audio problem, and hopefully you guys are hearing me well. It looks like I'm hitting good numbers on my meters. Yeah, I think I'm going to get rid of this Vivaldi. Put something a little hotter in my ear. So 22 minutes till the market opens. Oh, we're back up at 25. So we're back up at the probably open around yesterday's low. And I'd like to see it go up higher and then turn around and test the low while the market's open. Sound is good. All right, cool. Thanks, Drew. Good morning, Drew. Welcome. Sound is great. Thank you, producer 717. Good morning, Mr. 717. We see you quite often in here. I hope everybody's out there spreading the word, letting everybody know we're here and trying to help everybody learn how to make money. And is there anything you guys need clarity on? We're looking at a few of the positions or a few entries that we've taken, and I try to go over them time and time again. But if you don't understand what a pivot is, or consolidation, or expansion, I think we went through all of that. And I think my next video is going to be support and resistance and how to trade it. My next educational video. I might have missed it, but are still watching BB. Yeah, man, we're watching BB, and we looked at it. It's not here. It is right here. It's only up 2 cents. So there's really nothing we could. It's up 2 cents in the pre-market. And what happened was a Fed governor came out and started talking, and oh, it's down 2 cents in the market, pre-market. I'm sorry. So a Fed governor came out, started talking. He was very hawkish, and the market got slammed on his comments. But there are 7 Fed governors who all sit around and participate in making the decision. And Powell is the face of it, and really, he just surmises the consensus and which way they're going to go. So there's always somebody who wants to be a little more aggressive, and it's a Republican, and just by the default, they're opposed to spending money. They're very conservative in that nature, and they like things to work out themselves as opposed to throwing money at the resolution. So that's what that's what happened this morning. Bullard came out, had a very hawkish position, but he's only one of 7, so no big deal. I think it's just knee-jerk reaction. But the pullback in the market is healthy. So anyway, I think as a result, there's not a lot of pre-market action on a lot of the securities, although AMC is moving up. So anyway, we're going to open up down 2 cents. So we're going to open up inside this bar. The daily's not really rolling over, but a break of this bar is obviously encouraging, and it's going to move it up. And if we look at the 60 to get a better look inside of what the day is. Oh, that's the wrong one. Just drop the candlesticks because everybody's accustomed to that. Well, the momentum is still a little bearish, and we just need to roll that over. I mean, we haven't made a lower low, so could just be entering a little consolidation and then a break. The party doesn't start for this thing until it breaks 14.16, and then it's got to fight its way up. It's got a little work to do. Yeah, it's got its work to do. It's just entering a consolidation right here. And this is the wait and see pattern right there. So that's the BB thing. And don't worry if you missed anything, because pre-market, I don't mind going over stuff. So just let me know your thoughts. We got about 8 minutes before the market opens, and we're just kind of bouncing around the low of yesterday in the futures. So we should be opening up around the low of yesterday in the S&P 500, and that looks like this. You got that little doji there. So we should open up down here. It would be nice if we tested this and went back up. That's a good indication that we're going to turn around and make a move up. Not impossible that we visit this 50 period EMA at 4180. But if that does happen, there should be volatility. So it should give us an opportunity to make some money today, which is why we all showed up. What do I have expiring today, the 18th? Oh, yeah, those guys are way out there, too. And the Dow's been taking a little bit of a beating because people are really rolling out of those more conservative opening plays, and it looks like they're rolling into tech. And NQ on the list of securities there is the NASDAQ, and it's only down 66, and everybody knows how aggressively that trades. I mean, if we were having a bloodletting, that baby be down hundreds. You bet, Drew. My pleasure. I'm glad you're always listening, Mr. Producer. Hopefully you're attending to your job. So we're closing our second week, and we're almost at 300 subscribers. Apparently, the channel is showing some momentum. I wonder how long it'll take until I can get to 1 million subscribers. Or am I worthy of 1 million subscribers? Will 1 million people find me interesting? This might just turn into a venue to deteriorate my self-image. It's cold up here. I got to get back to my boat. I always seem to put on weight, too, when I'm in the mountains. I mean, I get out, I hike, you know, and the sustainable lifestyle, I mean, there's always something that's being lugged and you know, cut. And so I would imagine that I would drop weight, but I always seem to put on weight when I'm up here. Not a lot of weight. I'm just a big sissy about that thing. I like to keep myself thin and lean. I'm just convinced that the body functions better, and you know, through fasting it burns abnormal proteins in your body, which are like cysts and warts, and helps ward off cancers and stuff like that. It's just, you know, it's an amazing thing, the body, if it's well managed, well taken care of. I got some 28s. Five likes. Come on. If you're out there and you're listening and you enjoy me, get some likes up. Like me. I like you. Can use some content too. Anybody got questions? Want to pick on me? Want me to look at something? Anything. Oh, we have 3 minutes to the market open. So anything until the market opens. I'm listening to Little Wing from Stevie Ray Vaughan, an amazing guitarist. Hey, good morning, Loop and Loop. Stepped away for a sec. Not sure if you answered my question above. Oh, I didn't even see your question, cuz. What do you... Hey, Mr. Riley, good morning. First time tuning in. Hey, well, welcome. Do me a favor, subscribe, hit the like, hit the bell so you know when I drop things. If you got any questions, feel free to ask them. I don't see your question, Loop and Loop. So drop that question in there again. You have a minute, 5 seconds. So, Mr. Riley, basically, I'm off the grid, and I trade for a living. I've been in the industry for 20 years, and I kind of bailed out of the regular world in 2011 or really 2013, when I really just decided to seek something a little more spiritual. But you could be anywhere and make a living if you know how to trade. You can trade and you have internet access. That's it. You're earning. So you know, another way to participate in a sustainable, healthy lifestyle, and still put the kids. Oh, Miss Riley. I guess that was presumptuous of me, huh? So, welcome. Oh, that's cool, because I was looking at my stats, and I'm mostly male, and you know, it'd be nice to get the female Audience up. Oh, there we go. We're open. Oh, and we're making that move. We opened up down 33, and it looks like we're just heading for that that 50-day moving average that I showed you right here. So that should be good support. This is a line that I put in some time ago that was a very good support, and unfortunately we broke that, but you could see yesterday we tested it and pulled back off of it. So it looks like we're heading for that 80, and we're going to let the market happen a little bit and see what it tells us. You obviously don't want to make a move first thing in the morning. So, Miss Riley, I just show the setups that I use. A setup, if you're unfamiliar, is kind of a trading pattern that triggers my buys, and yeah, you could just watch how I trade, and you could see if this style is suitable for you. And I try to teach it, and it's consistent, and that's what you want. You want to be a consistent, profitable trader. That's how you make a living. The meme stocks aren't really what builds a career in the industry. So what I'm doing is what big professional traders do. So to give you some insight into it. And right now I'm just looking at all the markets to see what's happening. I mean, we just have that one strong bull down, bar down. We're in it almost 2 minutes now, and we're doing a retrace. It looks like we're setting up for a bear flag on the 1 minute. Hopefully it turns around. I don't want a bloody day. The Dow's down 340. I mean, we're down 1% in the Dow. We're down a little over 0.5% in the composite, and we're down almost 1% in the S&P. So that's a little aggressive, especially first thing in the morning, being we have the whole day that it can continue that move down. But oh, why do I have this? Got to roll over my minute charts. There she goes. So yeah, the momentum is just bearish on all the charts. I mean, obviously, because we made that move. We're rounding out right here on the 32nd, so hopefully we're turning around. Miss Riley, so the majority of my trades are in the S&P, and I trade options, just so you know what's going on here. I do look at Amazon and Tesla, and try to take trades there. Actually, I miss a lot of trades because I'm busy talking. But we'll definitely get some off, and we just go for high-quality trades. Don't really have to trade that much, 1, 2, or 3 trades a day, and your money is made. So why assume more risk? And then, if you want to increase your earnings, you just increase your size according to your risk tolerance. So this is a nice little bit of a retrace on that bar. Looking at the 2 minute, I'd like to see that keep going. The 1 minute momentum is rolling around right here, but still this could be a bear flag, so we're just going to have to keep an eye on it and see where it goes. I am feeling a tail. I think that on the daily we're just going to end up making a really nice tail to the upside. And look at that, we hit that 50-day moving average and bounced right off it. So let's just hope it holds. If it holds, then this is our little 3-day trend, and we could start riding this bad boy right back up. I mean, if not today, then Monday we might be able to look at it. But what was disconcerting was on the weekly there was a divergence that would have triggered. Oh, and look at that. That's a big engulfing bar for the weekly. So, and you can see the divergence right here, right? You can see the high and the high, and made another high, and this is a low. So the divergence doesn't really trigger until we hit 40.67. So we have a bit of room, but it's a little disconcerting having that big engulfing bar for the week. we have a lot of good support to keep this from happening. Strong economy. I mean, I don't really expect us to move into a bear market. This is a buy the dip market. The industry is mostly male. I'm used to the auto assume. All right, autos. I'm here due to being sick of meme hype, tubers, pumpers. Enjoy your tone already. Looking forward to more. Thank you. Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate the vote of confidence. So what we're looking at right here on the 32nd is perhaps building a bullish divergence, which would be interesting. And the 2-minute momentum is still negative, so I'm going to be a little cautious on that. I'd probably going to wait to see what it does with this high, and then I might consider going long some calls that expire today, and I could look at the 4190s. I'm going to load those up just in case I decide that I want to take that move. Oh boy. Yeah, the meme stock and the pump. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's not how you make a living. Sometimes you find yourself in situations like that, but you need to come up with good rules and good trading setups and stay disciplined, and then you'll find yourself in situations that are exceptional and show you a bit of money. So it looks like it's kind of respecting that divergence right there, and it's making the move up. Again, there's a lot of negativity in this momentum here. The 1 minute looks like it's rolling around, but I mean, that's a heavy move. We're almost 1% down, so I don't know if I want to fight the trend yet. I'd be a little more convinced right here. And then we're obviously going to have a little resistance up at the gap. So 192 to 204, that's a nice move. I mean, you can pick up 10 points just to test this gap and then maybe ride that way. So I'm going to watch that for that trade and see if it develops to my liking. And maybe I'll take that. And obviously, I'll let you know if I do. And I'll probably run a tight stop on it. It doesn't look like the market's very whippy, so I don't think a tight stop is going to hurt me. Miss Riley. So the women of the free nation seem to be Miss Kerry, Liz S., and Miss Riley. I'm keeping count. So on the 30, we can argue that we're going to remain bullish on this, and it actually broke nicely. Perhaps I was being a big sissy, but I think I'd just rather take that conservative entry. So it broke this little hammer right there, and it's pushing up nicely. There's 5 points right there. Actually, now I'm sorry I didn't take the trade. I don't know if I would have won off, but so in theory, for the idea to work, it's got to break here and make another high, and that's what we're looking for. We're looking for the trend reversal, and we'll see if it can do that. Amazon looks like it's putting up a good fight. It's only down $0.50, so that could pull the markets up. Tesla's up 50 cents, and that could pull the market up. Looks like the financials and the energy are staging a turnaround, and so is the Russell and composite. And the composite is actually working to fill its gap right now. It's testing the highs of the day, and if it breaks those highs of the day, it could very possibly fill the gap, which in turn will drag the S&P up. The S&P seems to be weaker out of those three, although the Dow is the weakest of all. But again, that's logical because we know that people are rolling out of those opening positions, the economy opening stocks, and it looks like they're rolling back into tech. Oh, so we're entering a consolidation on the 30-minute on the S&P 500. Not an aggressive sell-off right at the open, but let's see how we test that trend line right there. And that could be a reverse micro trend. It's a continuation pattern, and if it breaks here, it may very well begin its march downward again. And that's disconcerting because, again, we'd be breaking the 50-day, and you don't like to see that. And a good indication that we're in a reverse micro trend is that we're not making higher highs, but we're making higher lows. So until we make a higher high, we could really say that this is a continuation pattern to the downside. I might even keep my eye on the 4185s for a 4185 puts for a move down. But again, Amazon went positive, and it's testing the high of the day. Just popped the high of the day. The composite popped the high of the day, and it's pushing up to fill that gap. Russell's grinding up. So we just need the S&P to follow suit. It's building a little pennant here. I don't really know where my entry is at this point because this is kind of dragged out. The momentum looks positive, and I'm looking at the 1 minute. And the 1 minute is encouraging. I think on the 1 minute, I might consider that break. And we're looking at 92. I got the 90s loaded. 92.65. You know what? I'm going to keep my eye on that. I think I might like to take that. Nope. That's it. I'm taking that trade. All right. I'm in, and I've got my stop at 184. Wow, that's quite a bit of a move. That's a lot of risk on a 30-minute. Actually, yeah, you know what? I'm going to keep my stop under this line of 187. I'm going to take a third off if I could see. This is the low of yesterday. If we test that, I'm going to take a third off. Come on, just move up and let me get a third off. Composite still pushing up. I still have the support of the Russell. Amazon looked like it turned around. Tesla's retracing. Looks like equities are or energy's making a bullish divergence, and the financials are pushing up. Go, baby, go. Come on, give it to me. That 1 minute is still very bullish, so that's encouraging. And the 2 minute is turning. I'm talking about the momentums right here. 2 minute is turning. But the 5 minute is crazy bearish. So I'm going to tighten my stop and just put it right up over this bar right here. I might be, yeah, look at that. Now it's going to go and chase my stop. I might be squeezing it a little too tight, but I'm just, it's just not moving fast enough for me. And hey, I'm an American. I want that instant gratification, baby. Oh, there it goes. Come on, go up. Let me get one off. We'll bank a little money, and I can go to a break even. $89.33. I see that. I'm getting out. Come on, push, 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 push. Tesla is not doing me any favors. Composites just retracing a little bit. The Russell, it's not making a topping pattern, but it looks like it's having a little resistance at 2070. Come on, just test that low. Aye. I'm going to take a little off right here so that I bank a little bit and I don't have to. So really, I'm just risking what I made on that 1/3. Oh, the 5-minute is rolling too. I'm thinking I should back off on that stop. I'm going to leave the stop where I squeezed it. I don't want anybody get in the habit of backing off stops. Hey, Finn. Good morning. We're in a bit of a trade. I got one off. Did I? Yeah, I got hit too. I'm one off. Come on. Let me see that 96.05. Test that baby. The momentum is nice. It's moving up. Doesn't look like it's tapering off. The momentum on the 2-minute is turning bullish. It's rolling around. Doesn't have a trend yet. And the 5-minute is flattening out, which is telling me that well, you know what? I don't really want to call that flat yet because this could still be a bear flag. Oh, I'm going to get knocked out at a break even on that. There you go. I'm going to take that. Oh, it hasn't quite hit it yet. Yeah, that's it. I'm out. So I just picked up a buck on my on 1/3 of my position. And as you could tell by my tone, I'm not too thrilled about that. Looks like the momentum's rolling over. So I'm just going to sit and see if I could find, kind of figure out what this market wants to do with itself. Composite looks like it made half a gap fill. And that's really all you could expect from a gap. So I think it's just a better bet that we played it safe and close that position out right there. Okay, so let's just talk about what I did and why I did it. Okay, so you see this move down, and here's our low, and here's the low on the momentum, and then it came up and it made another low, and the momentum's just moving up as we're making the lows, and it's consolidating. And it looked like it was making that reverse micro trend, which is a continuation pattern to the downside. But then I created the pendant, and it broke that pendant. And we could have taken the entry right here at 89, but I decided to be conservative, and I took my entry right here at 91. And then it popped up, and we captured about a buck. And it looks like it's going to run. It kind of slapped me out. Actually, it looks like it's just entering a consolidation. So that was why I took the entry. And if it had some momentum, it really should have moved up. I mean, it should have tested this pretty quickly. That's yesterday's low. And then moved up and challenged the high. So there's really no momentum in the move. And it looks like the momentum is flattening out. And since we're trading momentum, I just decided that I would close the rest of the shares at a break even, or the rest of the contracts at a break even. So we picked up a little less than a buck, I'm sure. Good morning, Ant. I don't look at my P&L, so I'll know tonight exactly what I made. But I'm confident that that I was in the plus. So now, let me just watch this thing drag out. The momentum is still positive on the 1 minute. It's not even turning over yet. It's probably going to come back and retest this low before it takes off. This is probably going to be our trigger point if we decide to take the next trade. I think I would like to see a good trade-off. And it's moving so slowly that it's probably more logical to just trade off the 2 minute. and look for that double bottom on the 2 minute. So we want to see it come down again to 81.94, reject that, and make its move up. So it looks like it could be a divergence. What I don't like is that the 5 minute is still very negative, and it'll make a double bottom on the 5 minute with a very bearish momentum. So we may break this and have one of these ugly days. We're already down 35. But it's a fairly good move, and we could look for a midday reversal. So you could see the tapering of the momentum, and then it moves down. So here's the test of this low. So and that's a bear flag on the 5 minute, which is pretty powerful. This is the test of the bear flag. If the bear flag's going to work, it's going to have to break the low. And if it does, I mean, that's going to be a pretty long move. We're already, yep, there it goes. We're testing the 8-day, bouncing off of it again. That's where the resistance is coming from. But if we break through that 8-day at 83, we could look for 73.64, and that'd be 41.73.64. Yes, Anthony. One of the Fed, Anthony asked if there was news to push the market down this morning. And one of the Fed governors spoke, Bullard, who's historically a very hawkish kind of guy. And he was just, talking up inflation and raising interest rates and things of that nature. He was just very hawkish. So that initiated the move down. But, I mean, the guy's always hawkish. So, I feel this is a knee-jerk reaction. But like I said earlier, the markets can stay irrational longer than most traders could stay liquid. So, this baby could push down very aggressively and then do the turnaround. But, I don't think there's any fundamental fall apart in our economy. I think the economy's pretty healthy and could probably absorb any interest rate hikes that they initiate. So it looks like we're going to break that 8-day. Theoretically, we should have taken that short, that put right here. I'm going to wait to see if I see a last kiss on that, and maybe I'll get in. But the 2 minute is turning somewhat bullish. It's the 5 minute that's just inhibiting. Yeah, there we go. We're breaking down. It's not very convincing, this break of the flag. When you have a bear flag break, it should move very aggressively. And it doesn't seem to be doing that. And it's actually demonstrating a little retrace over here. So in theory, if this is a bear move, obviously, with a flag is a bear move. And if a flag fails, it's very probable that bearish move becomes bullish. So this flag fails at this 93.81. So I'm going to watch the momentum, and if it fails, I may go long here, but that momentum's really got to flip. I mean, they're fighting to move this thing down. The bar's about to close. This pattern right here where it retraces is kind of negative on the 30-second. So and we could be making a lower high on that momentum. So this next break on the 32nd might just do the trick, bring it down. Two minutes kind of looking heavy too. Yep, definitely new free folk in the room, Anth. And they're vocal, which is cool. Those are the people we want to see. Okay, if that baby continues on that march, then that's going to be a higher low, and that's encouraging. And we could see the same thing building on the 1 minute. So that's a good sign that we might be turning around a little bit. Oh. So I'm going to put in an opening range high. And for those who aren't aware, the opening range high is the high that we hit in the first half hour. And you'll find that markets kind of gravitate around their opening range, unless it just decides to expand and it trades away. And I would even argue, I mean, we still have 4 minutes, but I'm kind of getting the impression that this is going to be the opening range low. Is that AMD or AMC, Andrew? I thought you had some AMC. I didn't realize you were trading AMD. Advanced Micro Devices. Mr. Ditter. We were actually looking for you yesterday. So we're moving up into that opening range. And that's really giving us a bullish momentum on this 30-minute. And we're rolling around that 5. That's kind of encouraging. But there's really no setup now. This is a consolidation. It kind of dragged out. It loses the initiative. So I'm just going to watch for a break of today's high, and I might play that. And we have a nice range. So if we do break today's high, we might look to move to the 2015. And there's probably 10 points in it, and I'd definitely be interested in trading that. AMD for sure. All right, cool. Glad you made money. If you guys, you can keep an eye open for an inverted head and shoulders, right? So here we have the move down. This is creating the shoulder. That should be the neckline. This should be the head. So you want to see this come up to the neckline, turn around, and create another shoulder. And then you could take the entry breaking that neckline. And if I see that pattern, I will more than likely trade it. And it looks like it's on the 2 minute. And the market, you actually can see it on the 1 minute also. Not that it's there, but it may begin to develop. So I might consider that might give me a good signal. And the momentum on the 1 minute is consistently moving up. You know, just in a little consolidation right here. The S&P is doing the same thing, and the Russell is kind of creating its own little pattern right there. But that's what I'm keeping my eye out for, to see if I get that pattern. I know that pattern gives me a good probability of moving up aggressively. Right now, you could argue that this is a cup and handle, that swoop right there, and this is the handle, and then you could take the entry breaking the handle, but all of this is resistance, so it could all turn around right there. I'm not taking that trade. So everybody who's new, welcome to Off-Grid Trading, and basically I'm hiding out in the woods right now. Sometimes I hide out at sea, where I should be, but because I started the channel, I'm kind of sticking around here. And I make a living trading. Been doing it for 20 years. I was in industry for many years, more than 20 years. I was in the industry for 20 years, and I've been out for 10. Oh my God, I'm so old. And I'm just kind of sharing what really goes on in the trading industry, and showing you some setups. There are tons of different ways to trade, but there are actually underlying consistencies, and I'm trying to teach everybody that. The first thing is risk management, which I don't see with a lot of the yahoos pumping out the meme stocks and everything. And yeah, short plays are a viable trading strategy, and it's been done for years by hedge funds and big institutions, and they were squeezing each other when they know they have more buying power than the other guy. But for the average trader, it's a little risky. It's kind of a crapshoot, and it's cool to be in. It's a lot of fun, and you make a little bit of money, but it's not how you build a career in the industry. It's not how you become a professional trader. And it's not a matter of tradition, but it's a matter of risk management and sustainability. You got to stay in the industry. And if you're silly with your capital, you don't stay in the industry. So you could argue an inverted head and shoulders right here on the 32nd, that line being the neckline. And ideally everything lines up, but you have to be pragmatic instead of idealistic. And you can see it on the 1 minute over here, and it's just really clear. It's probably better to trade it off of the 2 minute. With the market moving so slow, the 2 minute is probably a better chart to trade off of. So you could look at it right here. This really shouldn't push, this right here where my crosshairs is, shouldn't push down much further to make a nice inverted head and shoulders. And then we could look for half a gap fill if the market's so inclined at 213, which would be good. And I'm looking at the composite. It's in consolidation. I don't know. Nothing really moving up. Amazon's just kind of in consolidation, chopping around. Let's see what Tesla's doing. Tesla, consolidation. I don't know, man. This is summer markets for you. There's just no movement. CBC Canes. Hey, how you been, man? Haven't seen you in a long time. Oh, look at you guys just chatting away over there. Let me join the conversation. Uh-oh. CB4 Canes giving out tips, huh? Yeah, it's hard to make money in this market, Andrew. Oh, look at that. We're breaking. Okay, so that head and shoulders failed, and it looks like we're testing the lows. And what time is it? 10 o'clock. Yeah, we're testing that. I think I'm going to look at the 180 puts. If we break that opening range low right there at 79.64. Let me load that baby up in the event that I want to get in there. I hate turning my head away. So I'm looking at the 180s. And I'm in. Yeah, come on, don't do that to me. Well, you know what? Amazon looks like it's pushing down. My composite's got to fall off a little bit. Come on, Tesla, you could help drag it down. Oh. I'm going to have my stop up at this 82. I'm probably going to get poked in the eye for $3. That's going to hurt. Yeah, there I go. I'm getting knocked out. Oh, got it. Oh, all right, good. I'm glad I took it before I did that pop. And that, my friend, is why you use your stops. So, very interesting. It broke the opening day low, and kind of created this nice divergence, and it's turning around. It looks like it's going to test that bar. And I took a poke in the eye on that trade. So I'm down a little bit because I made a little bit of money on the last one. Fortunately, I didn't go so heavy on this. Oh, I'm reading all the praise. I appreciate the praise. No, not yet. Not yet, Anthony. I'm not on a private island. Nope. I'm genuinely in the mountains right now. And actually, I'm going to stay up here next week, and I'm going to head for the water next weekend. So Monday's going to be interesting. Not this coming Monday, but the following Monday is going to be very interesting. Look at this thing just chopping around, consolidating, not making a move. I can't figure it. I used to be a hitman. It's not you. I don't want to know who I am. I'm a man of peace. No hitman over here. It's kind of part of the fun, right? I mean, you're just listening to what I'm saying. You're listening to how I'm saying it, and you're deciding on whether I'm viable or not. You're watching my trades, and you know if I'm successful or not. You know, I could put on that nice tight T-shirt and comb my hair back and be aesthetically pleasing and put up a presence, but that's not what it's about. It's about trading. Actually, since we're just watching the market for the moment, and I love telling stories, when I first opened the firm, I kept it very very basic. It wasn't glamorous, and it wasn't attracting that personality type, and I did that by design. We're breaking that trend line, but I'm just not feeling taking it. My ad was basically, it was before really internet recruiting was going on, but we had flyers and took articles in newspapers, and it was a sheep circled with a line through it, and it said, earn while you learn. Sheep need not apply. I mean, I guess I get sued these days if I ran an ad like that. But, it attracted a certain caliber of people. So, I mean, my point is that, what's important is just the simple skills. So people came into my office, and it was very, very bland, very basic looking, and didn't appeal to the greed or anything. But when they hung out with me and worked with me, they realized that they were going to make money, and they stayed. And it just filtered out the wrong personality type, which is kind of, the ones that love to look at TV and want the beautiful people and don't have a realistic view on the world and what's real and what could be bought and sold. So anyway, that's really the idea of my anonymity on the channel, aside from the fact, too, that I like my anonymity. And interesting enough, if you were a Manhattanite, you actually enjoyed more anonymity than you do in the suburbs or the country, because people just mind their business. And yet, when you move through the streets, you kind of look forward down. You're not really in anybody's business. So, living in Manhattan for so many years, I was able to enjoy my anonymity. CB4 figured out who I am. Did he great place to launder? No, it's a terrible place to launder. I mean, everything's registered. I mean, there's no cash. Agriculture is a great place to launder. I mean, they're really doing away with your ability to launder. So we're just in a consolidation. You see, we're making a lower low, and then a lower high, and then we make a lower low, and then we make a higher low. The momentum's moving up. So it looks like we're just chopping around in here, which is good. I don't want to further the hurt anymore, but I think we're getting ready for a move up. I just got to see where it's going to happen and how it's going to happen. What time do we have? It's 10:12. We're getting close to a midday reversal, but you know what? I'm just not seeing it on the 30-minute chart, 30-second chart, man. The 2-minute chart is not even. It's just telling me consolidation. I mean, we're in a downward slope. It keeps respecting that, but it's not. It's not. I mean, frustrating. The signals were very clear all this week too. On way to take a trade. I mean, we did so well this week. And today, what did we do? We picked up a buck and then got poked in the eye for 2. It's been so cold, too, lately. Wolf of Main Street. Nah. This guy, I mean, he genuinely made money off of hurting people. I mean, that was his direct intent. I mean, I'm not about that. I mean, he was a smart guy, too, so, I mean, that's unfortunate. I can understand when somebody doesn't have the ability to make money, and they have to survive, which, although I still don't advocate hurting other people. But, if you're intelligent and you could make a buck, why would you want to hurt anybody? I mean, do it intelligently. It lasts. You get to keep it, and you can feel good about what you're doing. And I'm not in the suburbs, man. I'm in the country. I'm really not a suburb person with soccer moms and stuff like that. I mean, I'm either straight up city or I am alone. Look at this, just chopping around. All right, there's nothing going on, man. There's nothing to move on right now. I guess we could look at a break at that low, but I'm not so convinced anymore on the break of the lows because I just got beat on a break of a low. We're down aggressively for the day, though, I got to say. Wow. That's the one I should be taking. The Wolf of Main Street. You guys like that movie, huh? You ever see the movie Boiler Room? That's about, oh, I can't think of the name of the firm now. So anyway, Boiler Room's a true story too. And they changed the names in that movie, but I'm not going to blow up anybody. I don't know what kind of liability I'd have if I used the name of who that movie was actually about. Even the Wolf of Wall Street. I mean, they changed the characters all around. Like Belfour, he was a little dude. He's like 5'4", 5'3", maybe even 5'2". And they had DiCaprio play him, who's over 6 foot. And then Danny Porsche, they used a heavyset guy. And Danny Porsche is like a stick, man. He's like a scarecrow. He's so thin. He looks like he looks unhealthy. That's how thin he is and short. And then the Asian guy, they used a short, heavyset Asian guy. And that guy, Victor, he's like 6 foot and probably one of the best looking Asian men I've ever seen. And yeah, sharp as a tack. I mean, really smart guy. And then the guy they said was a gun runner, was a drug dealer, was actually a gun runner, who was another 6 footer, really good looking guy, and like ripped up, like strong body, ripped up. So it was just interesting how they changed the appearance of and really mannerisms of all the guys. And they even had like they had, you know, like Brooklyn accents and stuff like that. And they were intelligent, articulate guys. Just greedy. Crazy greedy. But that firm was kind of wrapping up as I was on my way out. Great movie. Big Short was another one. Big Short was a phenomenal movie. Phenomenal. And if you're a layman, you should watch it several times because you know, you could really get the gist of it. So it looks like this baby can't get out of its own way. The Russell is moving down and making new lows, and the composite looks like it's heading for its lows, but it's not breaking them. And looks like we're testing the lows on the S&P. So really, I mean, the market's moving so slow. We could look here, and the momentum's moving up a little bit, but it could just be ready to make that dip, you know. And yeah, this is unfortunate. 178.78. I wonder if we're trying to make that move down to that 173 that I said is the next support. It's still just flirting with that 8-day moving average. It's the 50-day moving average. It's just having a hard time breaking through that. But I think this might be the move. I think I'm going to try another put. I'm looking at the 4180s, and I'll take it if it breaks and makes a new low. I mean, based on my theory, I really am obligated to break that, to take that. There we go. Keep moving. All right, so I'm risking $1 a contract. If it whips back and retraces that bar, I'm going to say it doesn't work. Ah, you son of a Siberian snake charmer. I mean, I'm not even ready to turn or go the other way. I'm looking for a move above that 193, that 41.93. Can't even say I should be trading Amazon. I mean, that's all over the place too. Tesla keeps rolling down. Yeah, well, you know what? We have that quadruple witching going on. So that could be a big reason for the erratic behavior of the market. I mean, I had one trade that showed me $1, and now I just lost. I lost a couple of bucks on the last trade. Lost $1 on this trade. I mean, the market feels heavy, and I thought those downside trades could run, but it's just fighting off that 8-day, and now it's pushing up off of it, which is logical. I mean, it broke through the 8-day, and on the daily, it's making a little tail, and I mean, it's cool if it respects that 8-day. I mean, ultimately, I would like to see it, you know, move its way back up, but yeah, it's just not gelling for me today. So I'm just going to be cool and try to find a really good trade. Actually, I'd like to see that break of that 193. I don't think I'm going to be able to catch that low. See, here's the 8-day right there where my vertical line is. It's actually going back to test it again. It already broke through it. But you know what? We really should have a good look at the 30-minute. Yeah, baby's crazy negative. We got 5 minutes left, and it's not even retracing. We could probably see another down bar. I use the high and the low of the first 30-minute candle as kind of a guide. So you could see, if you're looking at my crosshair, the vertical line is parallel to the opening range low of the day. And you could see we just keep toying with it and bouncing around. I mean, it's not of use to us. When it makes the initial break, that's a good entry because it could move forward, but it may just bounce around. And if you see where my crosshair is now, you'll see the green line above it. That's the high of the opening range. So that's 9:30 where it opened, and that's 10 o'clock, the lowest before the close of 10 o'clock. So that low is 10:05. So this is the lowest of the opening range. And then, a very good trade is the break of that opening range, and it usually moves. But it could very well trade within the opening range, which you're talking about 25 points. That's pretty cool. If I can get a good double bottom at this support area, I could capture a run up to the other one. I mean, you can arguably say it's going to go halfway. Comfortably say it's going to go halfway, which is still 15 points, and then another 10 points to the high. So we'll see. We'll see what it does and how it plays. But it's not uncommon that you trade inside those, or if you break it, you come back and rekiss, or an afternoon breakout is a breakout to the upside. So yeah, they're good lines to put on there to give you perspective on what the market's doing and areas that it could be doing it in. But I'm just not gelling today, man. This is probably oh no, I think I took a small loss on one trade Tuesday, but Tuesday had really good days all this week. And because of the stop loss, like what I gave back today is really inconsequential. And you saw that pop. If I didn't have my stop in there, that would have turned a 1-point loss into a 4-point loss. Yeah, man. The first 30-minute bar, and I mean, yeah, you could just easily go to your 30-minute chart and get your numbers. But it's good to put it on the chart that you trade. And actually, with this chart, I could designate. I could put the lines on the 30-minute and then designate it to go onto all the charts. But yeah, I'm here. I don't mind doing the work. Oh, why did I do that? That 1 minute. Well, you know what? Let's keep that 30 out. I think that 30 is important today. We got 1 minute left to that bar closing. Coming down to test the high again. You can see the 30-second momentum just fading off. Looks like we're coming to challenge that low. I mean, I'm not going to take that. I have a feeling we're going to just keep grinding down, but we're going to keep whipping back and forth. What time do we have? 10:28. I really don't see any good reversal setting up. Should have gone to the river. Went swimming. Yep, you don't look at your past win streak. You trade the technicals. But you do look at how effective your setups were, and that gives you an idea of what the market's doing and when the market changes the attitude. So yeah, but you can't count your losses or your wins or anything like that. Just be objective when you trade. we're just staying around here, man. We're in it for an hour already, and you know, for an hour we've just consolidated sideways, just range bound, and that's where you get hurt in a range bound market, because you take your breaks and things like that, and then it just pops back. So you need to just determine that it's an UGG. Oh, that's a pretty impressive bar right there. Breaking the low. I'm just not taking it. Although, wow, that's a pretty impressive bar. Last kiss, or maybe a flag. And really, that was just the break of the 30-minute low bar. I don't know how much follow through it's going to have. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to make that move for that that 73 or so. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, chopped down to my target. 72.81 looks like the next goal. Got a half hour left for that 60-minute bar, but that's a pretty strong down bar. When that closes, traders are going to see that and want to be a part of that move. Maybe push this baby down further. Unless you, in the next half hour, it turns around and makes a hammer. So if you enjoy watching the market sell off with me, subscribe, hit the bell, hit the like. And any questions, man, you know, chat it up. YouTube loves when you chat on a channel. And I'm vying for YouTube's favor these days. So, and if you have a question, there's no such thing as a bad question. I know my verbiage might be a little technical, but if you need me to break things down, just let me know. The channel is here for the new trader. So whatever I could do to make you guys comfortable and get you guys comfortable trading in the market is what I wish to do. See, look at that. Makes a break and then pops right back. That could be a last kiss. That could be encouraging and start a move. But, you know, again, I would have picked up a buck and then get slapped out. And I just don't like being treated that way. So I'm going to take my money and go home. So, Miss Riley, you've been hanging out with me for like, oh, there, that was your comment that the Big Short is another great one. Yeah, Big Short is one of my favorites. So, what do you think of the channel so far? And just remember, I'm a delicate flower. Look at that move down in the chop. It's just going to chop its way around. For shame. Composite's doing the same thing. The Russell looks like it's making a double bottom right here and turning around. That's probably a good reverse trade in the Russell. Hey, Dieter, I think you trade the IWM, right? Looks like that might be a good reversal in the Russell, but I just don't see it in the S&P and Composite. I think I'm gonna have to sit on my hands today. It's just not talking to me. The momentum's turning. The 5 minutes turned bullish. The 2 minutes turned bullish. The 1 minute's turned bullish. See, there's a 5 minute bullish. It's making a bullish move, getting a nice little hammer over there, closing in 30 seconds. But I wouldn't trade the break because then, you know, obviously you got to fight your way right through all of this stuff. See, that 30 minute. See, this is what we want to see. I'll probably get involved if we can get a hammer out of the 30 minute and get involved on that break of that hammer on the 30 minute. I'll try to find a good entry on the 30 second because Look at your risk. You get 10 points if you're going to play that hammer, right? To play a hammer properly, you enter up here, but you put your stop down here. I mean, I don't want to risk $1,000 a contract to see if this idea works out. I got it now. Don't look at your previous. What is your view, Dave, on Motley Fool and Simla stock advisors? I remember when Motley Fool just started, all the naysaying and everything. And, those guys have been around a long time. They're very effective. They do some of the homework. I don't follow them. I try not to really look at other analysts because it screws up my view. Everybody else should develop the skill where you can make your own choices because, everybody has an opinion. And some guys are good and some guys are bad. Sometimes they're right and sometimes they're wrong. So anyway, they've been around a long time. They're tried and true, and they're objective. So it's not bad to look at them. But that's the fun of the industry, coming up with your recommendations and making money on your ideas. That's why you do it. Learning the setups, reading the market, and making a buy. Nobody should be in here buying because I'm buying. You should be learning why I'm buying and then buy because you see that pattern. There you go. Yeah, this is just too ridiculous. I just wouldn't be able to trade that. It's a nice hammer, but all these chops and whipbacks. The 5-minute, again, shows that hammer, but there's just so much resistance here that it just, it's not logical. And if it had a nice V and a hammer, I would have taken that. And I don't see that on any of the charts. The 1 minute, I guess you could argue, would have been a good hammer. But I'm going to wait and see how this, we still have a lot of time, but I want to see how this 30-minute bar plays out, which it looks like it might just run away from me today. Still here, still digging it. I love the teaching verbiage. My 2-year-old is telling me it's time to walk away from the morning, though. I'll be back later. All right, enjoy. Yep, 2-year-olds take a lot of your time, no doubt. I know. I was a 2-year-old once. Had a couple of them, too. Was it truly the Social Security office? Because there's lots of scams out there, telling you it's the Social Security office. Oh, there you go. Going to be arrested to the fullest extent of the law. Yeah, they do that over the telephone, right? See, these guys don't even know what due process is in America, and they come up with these scams. I get those too. Sometimes I tell them, yeah, come get me. What time? I'll make lunch. So they're charging your Social Security number for a car found in Texas. Yeah, they don't call you. Yeah, my lover's mother, who is a fob. She's been here for 40 or 50 years, or better than 50 years. But still fresh off the boat kind of individual, and she's always giving out information over the phone, man. It's crazy. We're always fixing things that she's getting herself in trouble over. Just by these people calling and convincing her of all this nonsense. So now she goes right to me. She calls me, and I know her easily 20 years, and I still can't make out what the hell she's saying. But she always calls me when she's in trouble or finds herself in a pickle from those things. Son of a gun. That was a nice run, man. That was a nice run. Just nothing to get me in on it. But okay, I'm looking at that 30-minute, and I'm going to watch to see what that does. And I might consider taking a move on the break of that 30-minute. Yeah, I keep telling her. Yeah, and I keep telling my lover to just get rid of that landline. I mean, she has a cell phone. She's savvy with it. It's reliable. Just get rid of that landline. But it's hard to break those habits, I guess. So if anybody joined us here at Off Grid Trading, it is exactly what the title says. I try to stay off the grid, a little computer access, internet access, and I trade. And I just started this channel 2 weeks ago to share my trading setups and philosophy. And we talk about all sorts of stuff, mostly trade related. So if you like what we're doing, just subscribe and hit the bell so you know when I'm putting out some educational videos. And I stream every day. We start at 9 o'clock. We do kind of a morning meeting, look at the news and look at the markets going forward. And then I kind of do a market wrap at the end of the day, and I just post that up. So if you have an interest, you could check that out. And I look at the S&P. I'm starting to look at crypto. I look at some of the meme stocks and what they're doing. To give some people some insight. But if you like what we're doing over here, you want to learn how to make a buck as a professional trader, that's what we teach here. It's not a get-rich-quick scheme. And I was saying yesterday that most people overestimate how much money they'll make in the first year and underestimate how much money they make in the following 5 or 10 years. So you don't want to don't want to be that guy. You want to learn how to do it right. And it's slow and steady in the beginning, and then it just snowballs. Once you get the hang of it, it just snowballs quickly. And you can make a good living. And then if you are about the sustainable lifestyle, if you did join me because you're off the grid or you want a sustainable lifestyle, then your overhead really isn't that high, and it's very easy to meet that nut. Even sock away for the future, so that when you can't see the screen anymore, you have something to live off of. So if you like my rhetoric, hit the likes, baby. It goes a long way. There's also a Cash App down there. If you're so inclined, you could throw me a few bucks. And that goes to help building the channel. What I like to do is get some local folks, and they're helping me with the editing and things of that nature. And it's another way for them to pick up a few bucks. A lot of people around me, and when I say around me, it's quite a bit of space. They have they live a self-sustaining lifestyle and look for different streams of revenue to pick up what they can't make or grow themselves. So it's nice to be able to help out. Yeah, you have a landline for just in case. Yeah, well, you know what? I mean, she's the old lady is right outside the city. I mean, her cell service is great. She could rely on it. I mean, the only time I wasn't able to get a signal when I lived in Manhattan was during 9/11 when they knocked the towers down. That's when everything went out. So landline or cell line, you couldn't call anybody. See, it made that nice aggressive move. Now it's just working its way back. Although it seems like the pattern has changed a little bit, but I don't see that upward move coming, man. Just too erratic. Too erratic, too erratic, too erratic. I still feel, though, that it's going to close up. And we're just bouncing around that 8-day. We made that move down to like 172, 173. Didn't quite hit it. Went as low as 175. But there's support right there. And that put it back up above that 50-day. I'm sorry, I said 8-day before. And I'd like to see it hold that 50-day. And the 50-day is 41.81.92. But we just keep messing with it. Slowly making lower lows. Churning our way down. And it looks like AMC isn't doing much today. Probably because of the triple witching issue. People are probably just backing away from it for the day. This is the daily. That momentum's kind of flattening out. I mean, you could look at all the technicals, but really what it comes down to is if everybody just decides to stop buying, everything changes. The whole picture changes. I mean, that's a lower low on the momentum for the 60-minute. Got to see what it does. What time is it? We've got about 13 minutes till that bar closes. But up for the day nonetheless. Mr. AMC. Let's CLOV. Oh, that's AMC. Let's see what CLOV is doing. CLOV. S&P's making another move for the low of the day. Oh, look at CLOV. Well, that's an inside bar. I mean, if it closes in the next minute, it's an inside bar. And I think, well, a break to the upside and could turn this thing around. The momentum's moving up. Oh, but it looks heavy on the daily, doesn't it? I'm saying you could buy CLOV at 11.93. BB. Should I speak with more enthusiasm about these stocks and join that meme culture? It's going up, baby. Yeah, this baby's just looking heavy. Actually, this pattern just looks like it's going to sell off. I would lay dollars to donuts that this is going to close the gap. There's really just no interest in momentum in it. And I think SPX, yeah, we're below that 50-day. I don't like that. I mean, a 3-day move down is not unheard of. I mean, it's a very aggressive sell-off, but you know what they say, the market just falls under its own weight. Really doesn't make sense either. I mean, fundamentally, there's no reason for this move down. So I'm not going to get edgy about anything. And the reason I keep looking is, you know, that I do the income trades, and you really don't want a lot of movement on the income trades. They can, you know, become, they can come at risk when the market starts moving down like that. And there are tactics you could take to defend yourself on that move. But I don't think I'm ready for that yet. You don't want to overtrade those plays either. Oh, y'all. Okay, Riley's in the South. You too, Riley. Miss Riley. Yeah, I don't know how savvy a crowd that is. I mean, if it's a savvy crowd, the AMC, then they didn't run out of money. I think they're just waiting for the right time. Yeah, you know, based on what the market's doing. So, nope, there's a 2-minute bear flag about to trigger in this chop. The 5-minute, I mean, it blew through with the divergence on the 5-minute the last time. So today's not the day. You know what I'm saying? If it's quadruple witching, today's not the day to make the move. But yeah, it could be. I had heard some people talking about they feel that it's lost its initiative. Yeah, most 100% in. Yeah, well, you know what? They're pumping that, you know, evil hedge fund thing to gain momentum and camaraderie. You know, everybody needs an enemy. I mean, our governments do it all the time just to keep our support. So, and it's a good tactic. I mean, it's an effective tactic, and that's what they're doing. So, and you know what? It gets them in the news, and it you know pumps up their websites and everything like that. And yeah, everybody's entitled to their 15 minutes of fame. And if they're good, you're gonna see them again, and they're gonna keep making money. And you know, so they say with success, if you do it once, you're lucky. You do it twice, you're a success. Oh, the horror. This baby's selling off again. It's early in the day. What time is it? 10:30. Whoa, the Dow is down like 500 points. Yeah, this is not a logical sell-off. Composites only down a little over 0.5%, and the S&P is down 1%. It's a little aggressive. I don't want to see that 2% day, man. We have that 2% day, and I didn't take action. There's definitely a problem. And it's so choppy, I can't even get a clean entry. So this 32nd is obviously very bearish, coming down to this low. But you could argue a divergence right here. I mean, it's obviously going to bounce off of that, but we could keep an eye on it in the 2-minute and on the 5-minute. And I think the 2-minute, open up, boof. I don't know. I think we're just going to try to make a move for that 41.72.89. having these 10-point swings. Looks like she's just grinding down, making these lower lows, popping back, grinding down, making these lower lows, popping back. There it goes. It just tested the low, popping back. Not terribly confident that it's going to keep running, though. Look at that bounce off that low. Yeah, we're just going to keep chopping around. Maybe grind lower. Matt was kind of cringy, huh? Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to throw shade, but they're young guys, man, you know, and they're getting started in the industry. And I think one of those guys is like 23 years old, you know. And, I mean, I'm not knocking people for age. I mean, you know, but experience has a lot to do with just about everything. I mean, honestly, I feel there's no substitute for experience. And education is cool, but, you know, you need time and experience to have good insight. And you know, you just watch them. You know, you just watch where their sites go and what they're all about. And everybody rises to a level of their own incompetence. And you know what? I think they're making a ton of money right now. So, you know, with the interviews and things like that. So, you know, if they're smart, they're socking that money away, and they'll move on to their next great venture. Or these guys got a handle on the industry, and they'll make a living doing what they're doing. The internet's an interesting thing, man. It gives everybody with ears and a mouth a platform to voice an opinion. And some people are irresponsible with that. We had a Yahoo run through here yesterday with a little hate, which is cool because then, you know, obviously I'm getting people's attention, you know, once I start getting the hate mail. But, you know, I mean, that's like the world we're in right now, where everybody has something to say and there's a platform to say it. Oh, I'm sure they're all good guys. Not as great as Dave, I have to agree with you. Yeah, I'm sure they're all good guys, man. And yeah, you know, they may even have the best of intentions, you know. And I mean, you know, that's what life's about, right? You learn as you go and you figure things out. And, you know, I mean, if they stick to it, they'll probably end up being really sharp guys, you know, in the industry, somebody to follow, like Motley Fools and stuff like that. And when the Reddit craze is all over, they may very well be able to pick up on what the next catalyst for markets are, you know. And that might be their art or their talent, that they actually can recognize where the catalysts are and know when it runs out, you know. So we can keep our eye on them and, you know, see what they do with this. Do you, Kerry? Is that something that he said, or is that your Are you speculating that he's going to do that? Yeah, that's interesting, man. You know, I mean, it's a private currency, so you're going to see a lot of crypto pop up, and what's going to work and what's not going to work is going to be interesting. It's too early in the industry to start socking money, or too early in the sector to start socking your money away in it. Not that that means you should avoid it, but you got to look at it as a conservative venue, and it's going to be there. Well, like whatever works is going to be there, and you'll have an opportunity to invest in it. I mean, everybody was hoping to get in on the ground floor. Well, some people will, but most won't. They're going to pick the wrong currency, the wrong crypto. It's kind of like the dot-com bubble or any other bubble. You know, I mean, you could even see it in EVs. I mean, there are EV trucks, EV cars popping up all over the place. But there will be dominant players in the market down the road. Yeah, so this market is not really showing anything that you could logically trade. You know, you keep getting whipped out, so now you just got to hope to catch that one runner, but there's no trends developing. You know, like you could be in this one, and obviously you'd make a little bit of money, but then it comes right back down and tests that low. And we're past the time for a midday reversal. It's got to be the quadruple witching. Today would have been just a better day to just sit on your hands. I should have really prepared. I can't really train when we're trading. You got to watch the markets. See, we're going back up to that 50-day. I'm going to put the 50-day in as a gold. It's 41, 81, 87. So this is our 8-day, that gold line I just put up there. And it's kind of toying with that right now. And we could really be looking bearish at this until we break above that 8-day, which it made that one shot and then faded back down. So, and now it looks like we're making a reverse microtrend, although I don't like those two highs. The momentum's moving up. It's testing that low line right there. What's my 30-minute doing? Yeah, that's a real indecisive bar right there on the 30-minute. Still trending down, making a lower low. Wouldn't be surprised if this one makes another lower low. I was looking at this for a hammer earlier. We were talking about it and hoping that this bar, it would have created a hammer and this bar would have made the move up. But she's still looking heavy. Look at that momentum. Market's looking heavy. Yeah, you're wise in backing off today. You know, triple witching and quadruple witching. I mean, that's something to look at and consider if you're going to trade that day. What's that loop and loop? AMC and endless squeeze cycle? Well, a squeeze is a squeeze. It wouldn't be a cycle. I mean, you go in, you buy, you squeeze the shorters out. I mean, if everybody gets tired of doing that, eventually, one way or another, somebody's going to win the fight. If the buying power runs out on the long side, then the shorts are going to come in. And just remember that you're talking about professionals. They know how to control their capital. They're not all in this short right now and hoping that it doesn't get squeezed. They're watching the momentum. They're watching the flow into the stock on the long, and when that fades, they're just going to start banging this thing out. And the margin calls will happen on the other side. Where the longs are getting so hurt that the clearing firms are forcing them out, or if they're cash trading, it's just they can't handle the risk and the pressure, and they start closing their positions. So one way or another, somebody's going to win this fight. I think that's our next target. And we just chopped down, man. There was no place to make money on this thing. What's going on C? There's no catalyst, news catalyst or anything. What's going on with the sensationalism? Yeah, there's Jim Bullard. He's the dude that talked the market down today. And everybody's talking about a Fed rate hike at 2023, and he says he sees it in 2022, which again is still at least half a year away for the first, and doesn't seem likely because the spike in commodities is fading off right now, and that's a big pressure on inflation that's tapering off. And then you saw a surprise spike in jobless claims. And I don't know. I think this is just overdone. Overdone. Just nothing I want to buy. So roll it over. That's just the rollover notification. NinjaTrader will notify you when futures contracts are expiring and you roll to the next month. Oops, a little more information than I cared to display. Looks like we're making another test of that bottom, and that's a triple bottom. The high's a little higher. The momentum is a little higher, but I don't like how that looks right there. But the momentum on the 5 looks like it's rolling up. No, and then it rejects the low. All right, that's cool. But again, just consolidating. Anything up? AMC. Oh, look at that. AMC is making a little bit of a move, up $2. Super duper. Virgin Galactic gave up $1. And TBT's down, which means bonds are moving up. Yeah, this is just a strange move today. I'm going to have to chalk it up to the quadruple witching. 11.11. Anything going on over here? Oh, it's just quiet all around. Nobody's even calling me. Oh, I have one voicemail. All right. Well, if anybody's new and has questions, feel free to ask them. Quinon. And if you're new, subscribe and hit the bell. And hopefully some of the videos I drop out there you'll enjoy. Oh, we're making another move for the low. Yeah, it's a very bearish day. And you could even be bearish on the market. That's okay. Just checking other positions. That guy's going to roll around. Oh, and then we're at the same place. There we go. We're hitting that target of the day. Well, not quite yet, but 41.72.73 was my next support after breaking that 8-day, and we're down there and we're flirting with it. You got caught holding the bag on CLOV. You don't want to take the loss. I mean, I don't know the company financially, fundamentally, to tell you what I would do if it were me as far as making it an investment, which is not what I would do. I would have had a point. Let's take a look at it for you while the S&P decays. So you got a half gap fill. I mean, if it breaks here, you could see a little support right here. So I think that's what people are holding on for right now, the shorts. They know that it's going to hit here and kind of figure out what's going to happen, see if they can push it. I mean, there's not a lot of hype about it, so I don't know how successful you're going to be. Total loss is 837. Don't want to take a loss. Okay, but let me ask you, is an $800 loss better than a $1,000 loss? It was a swing trade for me. Swing day trade for me. Okay, so then if it was a swing day trade for you, it shouldn't have turned into an investment, because basically that's what you're making it. When you take a trade, you have to define where your idea breaks down and where you're going to get out of it. So, I mean, it's hard to manage the trade because you've broken quite a few rules on how to manage a trade. Which is why maybe you could join us and learn a little bit about trading. Yeah, it has no good financials. Yeah, I'm not that familiar to really speak on it as far as an investment. So why don't you want to take the $837 loss? Because there's a general theory that your first hit is your easiest hit. Absolutely, I did. Yeah, I know you did, and you probably kicked yourself every time you watch it go down further. Like, damn, I should have stuck to my rules. Yeah, but that's yeah, that's all about learning how to trade and everything, and don't let that happen to you again. But it's a rough position because I hate telling people to take the loss because it's proper to take the loss. I mean, if your whole trading theory broke down and the idea is not there anymore, you take the loss. I mean, I took 2 small losses today. They were small losses, really inconsequential, because I held to my discipline with my stop. If I hung on to hope, those plays would have played out incredibly, but the market wasn't behaving how I expected it to, and I wasn't going to hang on to hope, because once in a while that works, but for the most part you get blown up, because when it doesn't work, it usually doesn't work big. So yeah, if it were me, I'd cut bait and run. There's always another trade around the corner, unless you're trying to make a living on taking these meme stock trades. Swing trade closed, not good financials. Absolutely, I did. A part of me wants to average down and then get out. It's only got short interest type, and then forward-looking projections by the community. Oh yeah, yeah. You know what? Me personally, I make it a habit of not putting more money into a bad idea. It just gets worse, and the problem is that sometimes that works out, that you buy more, but I mean, that's the problem with that idea, is that sometimes people get gratification from that, but it's really a bad philosophy, and the end result will be that you end up getting really hurt. Maybe not in this one, but just generally using that philosophy. I mean, if it were me, I'd cut bait and run, and even if the thing took off, I don't look back. You know what I'm saying? I make my decisions, and I just kind of take responsibility for them, and that's that. But all right, Anth, I'll try to hold down the fort without you, buddy. Yep, Malia. Yeah, I know you were hoping to change your life on a meme, but sometimes it doesn't work. And you know what? If you give up that 800, but you still have capital, you live to fight another day. I mean, if you want to forget about the money, forget about the stock, leave it alone, and come back in a couple of years and see where it's at, maybe it'll work out for you. Looks like we might be building a Head and Shoulders on the S&P. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that you're in a squeeze, in a pinch on that CLOV, Malaya. Malaya, my lady. What the heck did I do with my 30-minute chart? It's probably in here somewhere. So, you can't really call that a Head and Shoulders. You got all this mess right here. This is just frustrating me. Where's my 30-minute chart? No. I'm still here. We're still good. I'm just looking for stuff. I just reduced a chart that I shouldn't have. Okay, it's not on this page. Not on this page, so it's got to be on this page. There you are. Live and learn. Yes, ma'am. And forgive yourself. for your mistakes, because a lot of brokers just carry it and feel the guilt, and oh, Amazon's turning around going negative, and that interferes with their ability to trade properly. So yo, this is the price of your tuition. That's how you have to look at it. And you know, you can't look at the market as a lottery ticket. I mean, if it worked out for you and you made a lot of money, I would advise that you you know, move that money into an account and learn how to trade properly, you know, and paper trade until you're absolutely effective. So anyway, stop. Thanks for swinging by, and maybe you could subscribe and hit the like and tell a friend and hit the bell. And come back Monday and see what I'm doing, which I'm not doing it much today. Got 7 minutes left in that 30-minute bar, and it's not even encouraging. You know, when indeed. All right, cool. You know, if we see a nice hammer on that 30-minute, we could look for a good turnaround. I don't know. I feel that we're going to close higher than this. It just isn't logical that we're selling off like this. There's really no reason for it, you know. And then being quadruple witching. I'm not going to make any rash moves. Will do. All right. Or stick around today, man, and see what comes of the day. I don't know if there's going to be any good trades in there. But that's what we do over here, and I usually trade. I mean, mostly S&P 500. Sometimes I'll take a trade in Amazon, a Tesla, and quick directional trades off a 30-second chart, and we make our money within, you know, less than 15 minutes. But yeah, you know, the market's got to be right, and there's got to be a good setup. I need to make a Twitter. Oh, dude. I don't have time. I don't have time like this. I need to get like a bunch of people who are interested in doing that stuff for me around here, which is what I'm working at. But I mean, this is taking up so much of my time. I mean, you know, my life's a mess. I'm on land for like 2 weeks longer than I anticipated. I'm like absolutely jonesing to get back on my boat, with a bit of anxiety because I'm afraid that my connection will be bad and I won't be able to hook up with you guys, and I want to do this. I'll be so pleased if I could do this stream off the back. I mean, I know I could trade off the back. I've been doing that for years, or you know, off the back of the boat. But I don't know if I could stream. Oh yeah, is Twitter like that? I mean, I just know my kids go on it, and I don't know, something about dancing or something like that. But yeah, is it all right? I'll look into it, man. I mean, I have to do it on downtime, and the only thing that's going quick with this channel is getting subscribers. But you know, I had figured I would have the whole Trading 101 series out by now, and I just can't get it done. You know, and obviously all last week was about figuring out my streaming problems and my microphone problems, which it looks like all came to a head and worked out well for us. So we consolidated in this area, and it looks like we might be making another move down, which is unfortunate if we do, because we did hit my last resistance. And things are just getting really vicarious if we pop down even more. One, two, three. I mean, Not entirely unlikely. But, yo, a 70-point move down. I mean, we could easily pick up another 20 points tonight before the close. And that position is not even a problem. No, so we broke yesterday's low right at the open, and then no looking back. And we're just churning down, and the momentum is really not picking up. It's very interesting. Ah, you son of a... Oh, there we go. And we're churning down on an upward moving momentum over here. And yet we are still churning down. Testing the low again, which is also that major resistance. Get rid of those trend line, those fibs right there. Where's she going? Where's she going? Where's she going? All right. Now, breaking this resistance, this support at 172.70, and there it is. $72.55 is actually it. We could argue that we may very well see 41.57 today. There she goes, baby. There she goes. A constant grind down on a hard day to trade. That's what today is turning out to be. Yeah, Twitter. All right, I'm going to think about this weekend. If I had anybody working with me, I certainly would put them on Twitter. I'm just watching the market, trying to figure out what the move is. Look, every time it breaks a low, then it rips right back. It's just a hard market to trade. Oh, look at that, huh? That support we talked about, pretty strong, pretty strong. Like broke it and then bounced right back off. That's encouraging. Encouraging. Amazon's trading the same pattern. Did we just hit a low, or was there some news, bit of noise? I bet CNBC just announced how far off the market was. As soon as they do that, things turn around. Yep, Dow drops 500 points, extending losses in its worst week since January. I mean, you could almost use that as an indicator. Bullard. What's that, Miss Carey? I wasn't paying attention. Dave, you can use the IFTT app. The IFTT app to automate your social media presence. You can set it up so that every time you drop a video on YouTube, it will automatically send a tweet. Really? To let your viewership know you have new content. Roku did a good little climb today, in my opinion. Oh, okay. So that's interesting, Miss Carey. Thanks for filling me in on that. Yeah, see, with me on the mic all the time, or looking at the market, or wanting to do videos, I got to find a partner who will be out there working the tech and exploiting all of this good information you guys are dropping out there. IFTT. T, 3 T's. So is that a Twitter app? 3 T's, IFTTT. Could you spell out what that's an acronym for? Oh man, and I love this. We got to look at this 30-minute bar. Look at this retrace, man. That's powerful. Oh, see, but I mean, this is like could be argued that it's a tweezer. It still has to close. I mean, we're only in this bar 5 minutes. I mean, it could turn around and retrace and look real ugly if we see a sell-off on this. If it could hold this move, though, that would be peachy. But you can't really expect it to hold this move for 25 minutes. It's either going to run or it's going to trade back. So, yeah, but look at that, man. And how do you trade that? How do you trade that? What are they doing to us? They're not giving us opportunity to get in. But that's what this market is. And you see markets like this, days like this all the time. And I scream the same rhetoric all the time. Yes, Tommy, thank you, Tommy Williams. If this, then that. Oh, okay. So it's a formula that I program in? Or is that the name of the app? Oh, okay. I actually see that. You're saying IFTTT app. If this, then that app. Okay, cool. I'll look for that. An app, if this, then that. And I guess it works with Twitter and YouTube. I guess makes a bridge so that it tweets every time I drop a video. That's almost like having a partner taking care of your marketing, right? If I use that app. Yeah, you set up recipe. Yeah, yeah. It's just logic formulas. I appreciate it, Kerry. That's good to know. Anything that'll get the name out. I think, yeah, you know, I mean, I haven't checked today, but when I hopped on today, we were at like 285 subscribers, which I hear is really good for a week's worth of work. But now I'm getting greedy. I want to, yeah, you know, I want to get to that 1,000 mark. I want to see that turn, or 500 would be a nice move. Oh, baby, look at that! Look at that move on this. Right up, we're above the 8-day moving average, or the 50-day moving average. You could see that line on the chart right here. So if we can close above that, that's pretty encouraging. But I wouldn't be surprised if we close close to yesterday's low, which is 41.96. I mean, I'm getting a little euphoric early in the day, but if we close at 41.96, then we put in a nice hammer, and it's kind of how we behave when we bounce off that 50. So we'll see. I mean, it could be just retesting the 50 right now and then turn around and make a run down. But as far as entries, it's really not giving us any entries. It's just kind of grinding its way down and whipping back and forth. And this may just be another whip. Actually, if you look at the 5-minute, I had put a trend line in here, and oh, we just broke through that trend line. So let's flip this fib around, put my 30-minute back where it belongs, and we'll look at the chart, and we'll flip the fib around. I used the fib upside down to give myself an extension so that I had another target. But we're going to flip this fib around and see if we can find a good retrace. Well, let's see. If we're here, we're already at the 61%. So let's take a look at the open and the move down. If we're considering the close from yesterday, what am I doing wrong here? I went the wrong way. All right, so we're looking at the 23%. If we hit that turnaround, come down, we could make a good double bottom. It looks like we keep making double bottoms and moving up. What's interesting on the 5-minute, you see how the momentum keeps working its way up, but we keep grinding lower to make lower lows. So I think at one point this bad boy is going to turn around. We just need to find that trade and see if we can identify a good entry on that trade. And the 50% mark would be the high, or the 55. The natural fib would be the high. It's a 38 on this move. I think I'm going to take this move right here. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to take that move right there. Yeah, that's just making too much sense. I mean, so on a Fibonacci scale, the 50 is not a natural Fibonacci integer, but it's a common area for the market, a psychological area. So that's why it's added, or I may have added it. But the 55 is a natural Fibonacci number, and it's just interesting that the market opened right at the 55 of this retrace. So I'm going to look at this fib and kind of feel as though the market's respecting it. So I'm going to use that as a gauge on the movement. So I'd like to see the market turn around, give me another double bottom with this consistently moving upward momentum, and then maybe I can identify a good entry and take advantage of that. I use it all the time when I had my vintage shop through Etsy. Oh, did you have a vintage? That's nice. So I guess every time you put a new item out, it would send out a tweet and everybody would know. That's good. I like that. I like that idea. I'm going to take advantage of that. I appreciate it. I mean, that's how this channel is going to grow, with the support and help of you guys, coming up with ideas and giving me a little direction, tuning me up on equipment, which was what last week was all about. See, it doesn't have to be monetary. Now, that's an interesting bar. Look at that bar. That bar's going to close in 5 seconds. Drop down. It's not quite engulfing, but I would argue and just call it an engulfing, because I just want to see something positive. What do we call that pattern? Like Taj Mahal? I mean, it could be well, no, it can't be a head and shoulders. But that's an interesting engulfing bar. Let's see what it does with it. And this is, again, this is the 50-day moving average. And it's busting through it. Oh, I'm encouraged. I am so encouraged. Tend to sticker? I don't understand that. Or dollar ticker? Oh. Pound ticker. So hashtag ticker. Is that that's a way of searching for tweets? See, I'm not obviously not Twitter savvy. Wasn't YouTube savvy either, but I guess it's coming. I gotcha. Hash ticker. All right, I'm taking notes, man. Have no fear. And then I'll just research it this weekend. But I got to get outside, man. I need some sun. I know I'm hurting for some vitamin D. I'm turning into a cave dweller again. Just trying to figure out what's going on over here. Momentum's kind of fading off on the 30, but I'm still digging it on the 5. It's actually a bear flag, a bull flag on the 5. You know, strong run up, strong run up. Here's the retrace. We break this bar right here at 83.66, and then the next test will be 84.51, and that baby should run to about the 23. I'm not really taking the trades because I'm just finding the market way too whippy. You know, no follow through, just grinding back and forth, back and forth. You could see we kept testing this trend line right here, or staying within that trend line. And now we busted through it, but we're back at it, testing it. Actually, that bear flag off the trend line might be a good trade. I like that movement right there. 83. I'm going to load up some 185s. My 2-minute looks good, but this is my 5-minute trade. I got 5 points in that bad boy. Just trying to find a lower risk entry. I don't like that. So you know what? I'll probably take that entry with a stop down around 81. I'm only risking 2 points. I kind of feel like I'm looking for a run instead of taking a trade. But if I'm in at 82, I can pick up a point, take off a third, and then really that 87 is the number. Maybe a third off 85, 87, I'll leave a runner. My momentum's fading out over here on my 30. No, my 30 doesn't have to move. Actually, you know what? I just want to reduce this. So I stop blowing that up. All right, I got an 85 load. Oh, you know what? I'm going for the 80. Looks like the momentum's rolling around. I'm in before the break of that bear flag on the 5 with this. Damn, these calls are expensive. Oh, I see why. There you go. Nah, you can't do it, huh? All right, so the entry on the bear flag was at 83, and it triggered. And if I get poked in the eye again on this one, that's it. I'm going home. retesting that 50 again. Even the composite. Well, the momentum's still good on the composite. It's just not making that move. I mean, close that little gap area right there. I don't know. I'm feeling bullish. I'm feeling bullish. There's just no energy behind this flag, man. But I'm not going to give up on it. Amazon's pushing up. It looks like the composite is going to break its pivot high right here. And if it does, it should drag the market up with me. And my goal is that 86. But I guess I got to get past that 84 first. And it's just all cheesily grinding up. Look at this momentum. I'm squeezing my stop to a break even. You know what? I'm going to take some off right here. Nope, composite drop back, drag this thing out. Alrighty. So you don't want to see that on a flag. Huh. And look on the 30-second chart, you can see it tested that 50-day again. Looks like it's bouncing off of that. All right, we took another shot at it. I think we picked up a buck on a third, break even on the rest. I'm just not having any fun today. Aside from you good folks. So, Miss Kerry, I don't recall if I asked, do you have any ducks? Five-minute looks like it's rolling over. The 2-minute rolled over. The 1 minute is actually rolling over and bearish. So here's the 5 minute. And you can see it's just kind of rolling over a little bit. And that flag didn't work. It didn't really fail yet. So if you were playing this 5 minute flag, your stop would be right here. I just am not encouraged. So I got out at a break even on the remainder of my position. But it's still, it's still a good flag until it breaks here. So it could very well take off and make the move. It's just getting long in the tooth, and it loses the initiative when it does that. Yeah, I like the ducks too, man, and I love the duck eggs. One duck egg is like 2 chicken eggs, and the nutritional content is incredible in duck eggs. And they're very warm and loving too. I had a pekin, and I used to take her down to the boat with me, and she usually stuck around. But I was in a really nice harbor, and I think she found a home there, because one day she just didn't come back. And I think there were a family feeding her. And I didn't really mind, because it's hard to go into other countries with livestock. So I was making my way to South America. So I figured it was fine that she found a new home. But, yeah, she was really sweet, and she'd stay in the cockpit of the boat. And whenever anybody approached the boat, if they swam towards the boat, or she would just go off like an alarm. Just wah, 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 wah. So she was my watch duck. And I think she had a crush on me. Not so much that she would turn me down for a good piece of bread, though. Oh, did you? In North Carolina? Yeah, I love North Carolina. I hit a few towns on the Northeast down there, and just such good people. And coming out of New York, it was very funny, because you can't walk down the block without somebody greeting you, saying hello or wishing you a good day or what have you, as a stranger. I mean, it was just so pleasant, and I grew into that habit. And then I came back here, or at least back to Manhattan, to attend to business, and I was actually greeting people on the street, and they're like looking at me like I'm nuts. Not that I'd stop and shake their hand, but I walk by, and if they're looking in the face, I'd wish them a good morning or how you doing, and they started checking their pockets to see if I'm pickpocketing. It was very funny, but yeah, that was the beginning of the end of me wanting to be, in the city. So yeah, so now those are the type of people I'm accustomed to. Those North Carolinans, and they was just so welcoming, man. And I look, I used to look very Manhattan-like, and they just welcomed me. I was in one cafe. Looks like it's making that move. Amazon's pushing up a little bit. Amazon's positive. I mean, if everybody was upset about the market, Amazon would not be positive. The Dow, I think we saw it down in the 400s or so, but it's down 390. The Russell is making a good move up. I think it was Mr. Dieter who was trading the Russell. The Russell's down 28, but well off of its lows, man. Like 10 points off its lows. So took back a third of what it lost for the day. Although it's still down 1.2%. So I guess that was quite a bit of a shake. Yeah, I would like to see the S&P mirror that kind of strength. Now we're up 1/4 of what we lost, or 1/5 of what we lost today. So yeah, North Carolina folk. I mean, everybody should keep it a secret how great it is in North Carolina, because they'll do to that what they did to Florida. I grew up in real good people. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's good living. Horses, chickens, ducks. Yeah, Anth, we all missed you. We were just talking about you coming back and joining us. Oh, look at that sell-off. So now, oh, and you know what? That flag didn't fail, but well, here it goes. Now it's failing. But now it's more of a consolidation. What is dragging this down? Energy is down. Financials kind of flat. Even Tesla is moving up. What on earth? What sector? It's got to be maybe healthcare sector. I don't have anything up to monitor that. You are important, man. I see your comments, your support. You're going to send me a mic, which you guilted me into going out and buying a mic, and now I'm quite satisfied with that choice. I listened to some of the recordings. I could even tolerate my voice. And then I had read that there's software that I could adjust my voice. I could become really, really smooth. It's going to be a long, long day. So it's 12 o'clock right now. What do you say we take a break and we get back here at 12:45? Everybody up for that? Am I going to lose all of my viewers? Yeah, the mic is a game changer. But I'm waiting for a little support on this break we're going to take. Sounds good. That's all I need is an audience of one. All right, I'm leaving this up, and I'll see you guys at 12:45. All right. Here we go again. We had a nice little run up towards the lunch session, but we're back down at that 8-day moving average and testing it once again. I was kind of excited about that move up, but it just retraced it entirely, came back into that zone. The market giveth and the market taketh away. Mayella, you still out there? Are you a woman of your word? So if you're new to the channel, it's off-grid trading, and I used to be a trader and a finance professional, and decided to go off-grid. And I'm just trying to teach everybody how to make a living off the grid. Oh, and look at that aggressive move down we're having. Lordy, lordy, lord. Let's see if there's anything going on in the news. Nah, nothing going on. Dow just turned around. Everything just took a tanking. Let stocks come down a little. Well, it looks like that's exactly what they're doing. Is that the opening range? No, what is that? That green bar. Yeah, I guess that's today's opening range. We're back down to today's opening range low. Yeah, some wild swings today, man. A lot of volatility. Look at that. The opening range is from 204 to 179. So I'm talking about 24 points. I guess that's a nice opening range, but it's not that bad. But the swing of the day was about 30 some odd points. And we actually closed down and opened up on a big gap down. But it's Friday, it's a quadruple witching, and it's quite a volatile day. Not a whole lot of resistance in this move down. Our next target could be 178.06. There's a nice topping pattern. It's just a little too long to really call it a topping pattern. So I hope everybody took a quick 45 minutes, maybe caught something good to eat. I refilled my coffee mug. And I'm just sitting here watching the market. Got my Friday spread on. Those put options got some premium in them. I'm transmitting, right, folks? Because Mayella hasn't said hello. She said she'd be here. Just going through my checklists, trying to keep checklists because occupying my time all day and I'm just not getting things done. So got to get crazy organized. All right, cool. Hey, Ant. Welcome back. I'm so torn. I'm just tormenting with whether to head back to the boat or stay here. I have a nice big desk here. It's very comfortable. A little cramped on the boat. I want to give quality streams. Being that everybody's so supportive, I want to do the best I can for them. But I sure do miss being on the water. Maybe I could broadcast from a bathtub up here. So what are we going to do? We went down. We hit today's opening range low, and we bounced off it. So if you're looking at my cursor, that's what that green line is. So the opening range low would be the low of the first 30 minutes of the day. And it's hard to show it. Well, here you go. So here is the low of the first 30 minutes at 10:54 or so it hit. This low was after the first 30 minutes by 5 minutes. So that's our opening range. And you can see how it respects it. It just hit that and popped right through. And this golden bar right here, we can get rid of this bad boy. This golden bar right there is the 8-day moving average that I threw in to see how it held for support for the day. And you can see it just busted right through to the top because if we're below it, it's going to be resistance. And you can see how it respected it, you know, bounced off of the opening range low and then consolidated a little bit and ripped right through it. So we had this nice move up for lunch, a little bit of a retrace. I bet if we threw a fib on it, and a fib is a Fibonacci, we'll probably see we're close to the halfway mark on the retrace. Dink. Look at that, and it bounced right off the 55, which, as we discussed, is the natural Fibonacci. And it's interesting how the opening day low range falls right on the 55, you know. And, hey, you can't make this stuff up, man. There's a certain logic and symmetry to the market, and once you could read that, that's where you make your money. If my head's in trading, I would have that here, and seeing that bounce off the 55, I would have probably considered going long there. Yeah, you know, and that would be like a value trade for me. If I was confident that the momentum was moving up, and I would probably have looked at longer time frames to establish what the momentum's doing. And this morning, you can see that was all sorts of bearish, and then it rolled around. So it would have been, it probably would have been a triggering trade for me. See, and this bar would have traded back roughly to where the open of this bar is, and then bounce, take off. And that would have been tagging that 55 in the takeoff. But as my situation awareness grows from experience in broadcasting or streaming with you guys and trading, you'll see me take a lot more trades. Right now, I'm just taking very good setups and very obvious ones. And then you're going to think I'm cool. Hey, Carrie. Thanks for coming back, Carrie. Did you go to pig pickings, Carrie, when you were in North Carolina? A pig picking? I think that might be more specific, the East Coast. So when I was down there, I got invited to pig picking. And, you know, these were new folks to me and everything. I mean, I really didn't understand what a pig picking was till I got there, and it was amazing. For everybody who doesn't know, it's a barbecue, and they create these huge barbecues, sometimes out of old heating oil containers and stuff like that, and they roast a whole pig that's split, and their barbecue sauce is like 2 or 3 times a year. Yeah, the barbecue sauce down there is like a tomato sauce to an Italian, man. You know, everybody makes up their own and has their own recipe and takes a lot of pride in it. That was a lot of fun. And how about a pig picking cake? I was introduced to a pig picking cake. Actually, I think I had told you that I was in a diner and somebody sat down with me out of nowhere when I was giving that North Carolina story, out of nowhere, and just sat down with me and started talking with me, had breakfast with me. And then another time, I was taking my family through North Carolina and went to that community and ran into the guy in the diner, in the coffee shop, and he bought us a pig picking cake, because he felt that we should experience that aspect of his culture, which was very cool. A pig picking, yep. Yeah, they're crazy about their barbecuing too, and they have these competitions, these elaborate competitions on who could barbecue up a pig better. And I mean, like in big convention centers and stuff like that, and you know, there are prizes and people go all off the hook. They love them some barbecue. So we're just chopping around. I kind of appreciate that it popped up, but I would have liked to have seen something a little more aggressive. We get together at campgrounds and have pig pickings. Yeah. They're all over the place. I see them at marinas that I visit. If I pull into Safe Harbor, I'll run across a pig picking at a marina and at home. A pig picking cake. It's like a vanilla cake, and it's got tangerines in it and all sorts of stuff. And I think it was more delicious because it was a piece of somebody's culture, and I just love that, man. Oh yeah, the hush puppies. Yep. I was turned on to hush puppies too when I was down there. Pig picking cakes and and you know, it's funny because you must be from around the coast, because I've met people inland in North Carolina and they're just not familiar with pig picking cakes, and it was so I mean, everybody along the coast it was just common knowledge what it was, but if you go inland, they're not that familiar with it. So I'm assuming that you were close to the East Coast, at least from what I found. But it was great. It was great. Which, you know, that's exactly why I love traveling, because I just love to get steeped in the culture, the local culture, and just learn about what everybody's like. You know, because everybody's household's different. I learned that at a very young age, living in Brooklyn. Actually, all I knew in Brooklyn was Jewish, Italian, Puerto Rican, and black. That was it, man. And I was convinced that's all that was in the country. You know, yeah, you know, I was a friendly guy, so I was in everybody's home. So I just saw that everybody's home was different, and they had little different customers in Onslow County. Yeah. They all have, you know, these different customs in their homes, and that's when I fell in love with travel. And that is why I travel. Oh, yeah, I'm looking at it on the map. Over by Topsail. Yep, yep, yep. Have you been over to Ocracoke? You ever been down to Ocracoke on the Outer Banks? Oh, you know what? I haven't had that. I mean, I've had fried chicken down there, but I haven't had chicken and pastry. Is that a thing? Oh man, now that I'm in, now I'm gonna have to head out there and see what's going on with chicken and pastry. I gotta look that up. See who's doing that. I don't even recall seeing it like on the specials and stuff. I'm trying to. Oh, really? Yeah, yeah. It's nice. Nice over there. I like the whole story of Blackbeard, the pirate who used to hang out over there. My hero. Trying to figure when I could, if I can pull in there on my way south. Get a reminder. Yeah, yeah, it's really great down there, man. Really, really great. A lot of people are heading down that way, but I mean, I guess it's not as cheap as it used to be. But yeah, a lot of retirees heading that way. But it's just so great, man. Just great people. I just really love it down there. Kind of broke my heart to pull up anchor and set sail. Oh, we're just back to more of the same grinding around here. We don't know if it's going to close higher or lower. This is just frustrating. We're still in lunch. Lunch usually ends around 1:30, and then we'll see if they're going to beat the market up or take it up. I'm kind of just dancing around that 8-day, that 50-day moving average. You can see how it's respecting it to a pop below it, and then just hit it again right here. Momentum's kind of flat. Momentum's easing up on the. Actually, I'm gonna put this on all the charts. Mm-mm-mm. Dink. There it is. So I'm just setting the global drawer in these systems so that I could see that 50-day moving average on all the charts. And I could just watch how it's respecting it. And that's really that's really vital. I think if we hold above that, then there's a good chance we could see an inside day on Monday, or maybe even an up move. I would like to see a hammer today, but I might be disappointed. Oh yeah, what part? Nag's Head, Tommy? Get some good crabs. Or are you familiar with awful authors? I don't even know if they're still around. I haven't been there since probably the late 90s. Awful authors. Awful authors. So I'm just looking at these lows, and I'm just going to figure that I'm feeling bullish on the 30 as long as it stays up there. But we're not making new highs, so this could be a reverse micro trend. So there's the down move, and now it's making this micro trend, and that's a continuation pattern. If it breaks this low, it's just going to continue down, and then we'll test that bottom. If it gives us a good break up and breaks a high, then we could argue that that reverse micro trend is not valid. Any newcomers out there? Want to say hello? Ask a question? Get me to look at a security? Get a spin on things? And if you like what I'm saying, maybe you could spread the word. Hit the like, subscribe, hit the bell. You want to buy us a cup of coffee? There's a Cash App that apparently is used mainly by prostitutes, from what I've been told on the chat. But I'm not making any obligations of services here. So it's finding a little resistance right here. There it goes. Broke that 23. What is that fib line that we were looking at? Dink. Oh, it was that move. Came back on the 55, which we talked about would be a good value trade, and it's moving up. So we can get rid of that fib. So that's pretty good. That's encouraging. It's making a little move to the upside, but still in the chop. Yes, Nag's Head. Never had awful authors. Yeah, I don't think it's in Nag's Head. I remember we drove for quite a bit outside of Nag's Head to get to awful authors, but I believe it's on the Outer Banks on the strip out there. I don't recall, and I remember it being very rustic. I wasn't quite myself. I was out with a bunch of buddies of mine, and I was very young, and I was entirely inebriated for about 6 days. And there's a crab house that's pretty cool right in Nag's Head. And I think his logo is "Eat and Get the Hell Out." Dirty Dicks, I think it is. A little move up over the next few minutes. Okay, well, you're trading in a little bit of chop, but it could move up. And what was your entry? What was your motivation for the entry? You just feel it's going up, or do you see a pattern that you traded? Because on the 30, we're looking at a bear flag right now, a bull flag rather right now that has triggered, and it's about to test the high. It's got to break that pivot high to be a good bear flag, and there it goes. It's making that test, and it broke that pivot high, and it's moving. It's moving. It's hitting a little resistance right here. And you could just see the congestion, behind that move over there. So it's a logical congestion point. Oh, look at that. I'd like to know why you got in there, Ant, because there's a nice little move going on here. On your 1 minute upside down head and shoulders. Oh, well, yeah. I think you see a good pattern, but I mean, I don't know if everybody would call that a head and shoulders, but I mean, we got a higher high and a break of the pivot high, and looked like a good move right there. Nope, not the best head and shoulders, but yeah, it's a nice move. Oh, look at that. I mean, where'd you take your entry around? Around that 183? Hey, Mayella. I'm glad you stuck with us. That little dip kind of had you itching. Oh, okay, I see. All right, so you're calling this like a shoulder, that a shoulder, this is a head. And this little dip got you itching, and you got in around here. That's pretty good, man. As long as you put a stop loss, I probably would have had my stop loss right down here. And you looked for a head and shoulders. I like it, man. That's good disciplined trading. And hopefully, even though you trade in paper, you use the appropriate amount of contracts that you would normally trade with. And 83 even. Cool. You made 320 a contract. Good for you, man. Good discipline, good control. Had a mental stop. Good. Only 2 contracts. Good. Are you gonna hold the whole thing, or how are you managing the trade? I go third to third to third. I mean, but there's hundreds of ways of doing it, whatever you're comfortable with. Some people just trail with a stop on the whole position. Some people, just, I don't know, take half off. What's the difference between stop limit and stop loss? A stop limit is when it hits that limit, then it goes to a market. So it could trade through, or it could bounce off of that and trigger and go up. A stop loss is when it hits that, you're executed at that price. So the limit will turn into a market order once it hits the limit. The stop loss will execute at that price. You dig? 320 total. Cool, man. It's a good move. When I day trade, I just get out of the play. I haven't used stop loss or stop limit. Okay, so we'll use a stop loss because like what Anthony just did today, and if you stick around, we'll talk about it a whole bunch when we take trades. What Anthony did was let's say he said around 23, 83 even. So he saw this dip right here, which you could argue is a hammer, and when it broke, I'm suspecting that he entered the trade, and he put a stop loss right here because in theory, if this hammer is going to continue to move, the market should not trade below that hammer. So he put a stop loss right there, saying if the market trades down there, then my idea is broken and I'm getting out. And that will save him from the market going all the way down. And then there's always another trade around the corner. He'll just look for another opportunity to get involved. Hey, PR Yeti, what's up, buddy? Once you saw the bars going flat. Okay, I hear what you're saying, flat. Yeah, it's consolidating. It might be making another move, but that's good, man. Yeah, and later in the day, if you want to judge or keep improving your skill, you try to your goal is to try to capture 80% of the move, but that's not your primary goal. You're going to work towards that. Your primary goal is to protect your downside and stick to your rules. And then when you're real good at that, the way you improve your trading is to try to capture 80% of the move. Because that's when you can gauge whether you're pulling the plug too soon, cutting off your winners and things like that. What you're looking at is NT8, Ninja Trader 8. And they could break it down into 30 seconds and ticks, and I'm accustomed to the software. But there are a whole bunch of trading platforms out there that you can use. And I'm looking at a 1 minute right now. And this is my 30 second, which kind of looks just like my 1 minute. So this is the second time we're up around this range. Let's see what our 30-minute looks like. We got 11 minutes left to this, but I think I'm going to go long, breaking. Oh, I got to load it up. Breaking that 188.77. 88.65 is what I'm looking for. And I think I'm going to go long some calls at that point. I'm looking at the 190 calls. Nice cheap trade. I keep getting poked in the eye today, though. So that's a break above this pivot high right here. But I got good momentum on my 30-minute. I think we could probably get 5 points before we even take the first one off, if we can get some momentum going. And that could be an afternoon breakout. Let's look at the 60. Even the 60's starting to roll. What time was that? 12 o'clock. I'm not looking. I'm just not paying enough attention. No. So the momentum kept moving up as we were making the slow. We talked about that. And I haven't really seen a good double bottom. Could argue that that's a head and shoulders right there. 88, 79, 9 points, 70. Yeah, that could bring it back down to retest that. Pretty strong resistance area up there. It just doesn't look like it wants to make that move on that 30-minute. Boo hiss, boo hiss. Well, it's staying in the opening range, which is not bad. Sure does sell off aggressively, though. Composite selling off. Russell selling off. Dow's taking a shellacking today. Oh, my at the money calls. Yeah, I was well, when I looked at that 90, I think I saw like $5 or $6. I'm looking at the 80s right now. Yeah, and I'm looking at $8.65. Am I looking at calls? Yeah, I'm looking at calls. Which seems kind of expensive, man. The 85s are $5.75. Yeah, it looks like we're going back down. Yeah, we're just zipping around in here, which it's pretty wide range. I mean, you can catch some moves. But it's absolutely retracing all the moves it makes. And that's a rather unfortunate 30-minute bar. But if we're going to go up, I still like that break at 88.65. Back on that 50-day. Good, good, good. So if anybody has any questions, just feel free to drop them in there. I'm happy to answer them while we wait for a good setup to make a few bucks. And if you like hanging out with me, you could spread the word. That'll help me out a lot. Obviously, hit the like and the subscribe and the bell. You become part of the Free Folk Nation. Oh, looks like we're going to break that 50. It's a bummer. I'd like to see it rejected hard. That 30-minute bar is going to come to a close. And the Bears definitely lost the fight on that bar. Oh, and it's actually an inside bar, is it not? Yep. Yeah, well, I trade mostly the S&P, and I use options to trade it. And I'll trade Amazon and Tesla. The S&P didn't really have a lot of volatility in it since like November. So Amazon and Tesla were affording me opportunities. My situation awareness is a little off because I'm paying a lot of attention to the mic over here. So I'm really kind of focusing on the S&P right now, but it's more about showing my setups and my trade management right now. But as I get more comfortable with this, you'll see I'll take more trades in one of those three markets. But you really don't need to trade a lot of markets. You want to become a specialist in a couple of markets, understand its trading activity, and that's it. We usually take one or two trades, and through the past week we've made a lot of money together on this on this stream. by taking, 1 or 2 trades a day, 1 or 2 quality trades, riding it up, harvesting our profits on the way up, protecting our downside. And that's really all it takes. So there's really professional traders aren't out there chasing every market. They become specialists, and when people sit on a desk, they could have 5 or 6 guys sitting on a desk, and they're all specializing in particular markets. But the setups I use are consistent in any market that you want to trade. You just have to learn the characteristics and personality of that market. And when you do that and apply these setups that everybody uses, I mean, this isn't something amazing that I've discovered. I mean, this is industry standard, really. When you apply this to a market that you're accustomed to, it's very effective. And then, as your portfolio grows, or your equity grows, you just keep adding contracts. So, maybe you start out with 1 contract, and then, over the course of 2 or 3 years, you get up to 30 contracts. So it is respecting that 50-day, but not as strongly as I'd like to see. So I still have my apprehensions about the day and how we're going to end up. And really, this is just to change the 30-minute bar. So, I mean, this is not uncommon that it just retraces that 30-minute bar a little bit. So the other thing I do, Mayella, is I trade multiple charts and I watch the momentum. So you'll see I'll swing charts back and forth, just look at them, and it'll give me a bias. I usually have my setups and entries on the 30-second chart, but I'll look for like right here. You see this momentum is turning turning up. I mean, we can't argue that it's bullish yet because, well, you know what? That's a higher low if it continues going. So if it continues going, we can argue that the momentum is turning bullish on the 30-second. But it seems like we're just kind of chopping around a little bit. And you can see we're just in consolidation. I mean, this is nowhere to trade. If we make this break over here, then, I mean, we have a little resistance around this area, and then it could just keep pushing up. And we'll have a real good time. And that's what this is about, man. This is about you guys learning how to read the charts, do good setups, and have good trade management. And if you're in good trades, sometimes you get those runners. They just run away from you. Can you do a video going over options? Yes, I can. Agreed. I know very little about options. Do you go over how to play the S&P 500 using options? Well, this is what I do, and I'll talk about it, so you'll definitely glean some information. But I can break down options in a video, and it's actually a good suggestion. So I'm going to put it on my punch list. That was me adding it to my punch list. Yeah, a lot of consolidating. Cool. I'm glad you could see that. That's a good eye. Yeah, we use at-the-money options, which means it's pretty close to where the position is trading right now. So if we were to take a position right now, I would look for like a 4180 or a 4185 option. And I'd probably, the deciding factor would be how much volume I see trading. The more volume, the more liquid it is, the easier it is to get in and out. We use the nearest expiration date, which means it would expire today. We're actually using the June 18th. And that would be the cheapest option, and or the cheapest series. And we do that because we're just looking for return on investment. and there's no need to worry about holding it overnight because we don't do that. You know, the trade either works or it doesn't, and we get the hell out of it. Yeah, Investopedia. Yeah, you can find lots of stuff on options, but I'll definitely put something up there about options. It's just, you know how precious time is. And this is a new thing for me, occupying my entire day in front of the screen. Normally, I would trade from 9:30 to about 11:30, 12 o'clock, and that's it. That was my day. I was done. So I had the rest of the day to myself. So now my whole day is consumed. And I think today I'm just going to get cleaned up and go grab some grub after the market. Take myself out to dinner, because I find that I'm good company. It's a little bear flag on the 32nd. And no, it didn't fail. And it just failed. Gink, I didn't take it, but I wanted to point it out. And you know what? Look, you had a little flag here, a little flag here. You don't normally take the third one. This is a boring day. You know, usually we have 1 or 2 trades in there, and then we can go over those trades, and I can demonstrate the why I did the execution. So, but sometimes there are days like that where you should just sit on your hands and let it chop out. You know, we had a day or two where we were just chasing 1 or 2 points, and you know, that's all we can get out of it. We had a couple of days where they just ran and you know, picked up $700 a contract and things like that. So if you did 10 contracts, I mean, that's $7,000. It's not a bad day's work. Yeah, and Anthony, he's like the mayor of the free folk. Watches out for our little free folk nation. And you'll see Mr. Williams, when he has the time, he'll jump in and help you out too. A couple of the folks who are a breath of fresh air. Then you got PR Yeti. He's the hairy guy you tell your children stories about before bedtime. Well, you know what? If you're disciplined and your theories are working, then there's no maximum amount of trades. I just don't want you to take silly, undisciplined trades and develop bad habits. But if you're sticking to your disciplines and you're finding reasons to execute, then you know, you're kind of obligated. I mean, those are your rules, and this is a game of law of large numbers. And as long as you are trading according to your rules, in the long term, you should net positive. I mean, if you're taking crapshoots, yeah, you should stop here, or maybe keep going, and you'll see what happens when you take crapshoots. And that is why we paper trade in the beginning. Just trying to see what this market's telling me, man. Just chopping around in here. Just waiting for the big assault on the market that we experience every day. Or we could call it an afternoon breakout, if we weren't being so cynical. So it looks like it's entered this pennant here, and the pennant would be clearer on higher time frames, but we could still see it on the 30-minute. And really, this is what we're looking for, either the breakdown or the breakout. And that's where the real trade is. Yeah, it's kind of respecting that right there. We could throw that in the 5-minute. Yeah, if you made a good amount of money, I would suggest that you just sock that away, abandon the get-rich-quick trades, and learn proper setups. So if you made a good amount of money, you're building yourself a business right there. You build yourself a nice trading account, and you could see what trading style suits your personality, and you're looking for consistency. I mean, every day isn't going to be a winner, but you want to be a consistently profitable trader. And I do other a little more sophisticated strategies that every day you make money. So or you constantly make money. The plays are usually three times a week. But so I have a consistent stream of revenue coming in from this credit credit spread, and then I take advantage of directional trades or intraday trades, and that's what you want to do. You want to just develop something that's very that's clinical and consistent. And if you have a lot of emotion in the game, you're just not doing yourself any justice. Well, thanks for throwing that in there, Anthony. Looks like we're going to break that pennant to the downside. A lot of premium in those puts, boy. Oh, Lord. I left a little bit of money on the table. That's my Monday trade. It looks like it's breaking that pennant. I'm not going to take any part in that. I'm just going to wait for a break to the high or the low. No, and I got people that do that. I don't know that there's any. I mean, you're issued a 1099 from your company, obviously, your trading company. But I mean, it depends on the manner in which you do it too. You know, if you're trading with a company or a trust or a home office. So yeah, I don't really know what the forms are. I'll leave that to my peeps. So we broke that 50-day again. And it looks like we're making our move for the opening range low. Let's see if we test that low of the day, which is 72.08. You know what? You're best speaking with an accountant about that. You know, I mean, there's a lot to consider. I mean, the DBA doesn't do anything for you. It's just you doing business as, so there's no protection in that. But I mean, you're not really at risk, so it's really a tax issue. You know, you're not exposed to liability, so it's really a tax issue. A regular margin account. Yeah, you have a individual account, which is fine. You know, that's fine. But you know, you could talk to an accountant and find out what your write-offs are, and how it would benefit you if you were operating as a LLC or a corporation. A DBA is just an individual using a name, so nothing tax-wise or liability-wise changes with that. Oh, man. Oh, the horror. Composite making new lows. That 30-minute didn't give us that play. It looks real ugly. Got 9 minutes. But the momentum is changing. So this could be making the we could be looking for a double bottom on the 30-minute before we turn around. 2 o'clock. So we got 4 bars. Yeah, we might be looking for a double bottom on that 30-minute. On the daily, I mean, this bad boy is just... Didn't even give us an opportunity at that low. See that? Don Trump would be talking up the market right now, turning it around. Yeah, there's a lot you could do, and what's considered in the tax bracket. You have a nice hammer on the 2-minute, but the momentum really is not changing on the 2-minute. It's changing on the 1. See that hammer right there? It's rolling around a little bit. What time is it? Where do we get that line? It's very interesting that we created that support. I think I might be sorry I missed that. I might look for a retrace to that line. Although, again, that 2-minute doesn't look that solid. I'm just looking for a trade, that's all. Nothing blowing me out of the water. Anth, you're already worried about paying taxes, huh? Funny thing about taxes is you got to make money. Are you looking at a hammer on your 5? Yeah, that's interesting. The 5 momentum is still fading, though. It's not rolling around. That's what's making me apprehensive. I mean, the 2-minute is just starting to roll around. You know, you got a little V bottom on the 32nd, so I wouldn't expect another double tap. But we're right in the middle of a range. I mean, there's really nothing there. You know, I'm going to wait for a breakout or a reversal off a low. I mean, this is a really good resistance right here. Coming up to the 50-day moving average right here. And we just have a doji on the 30-minute that closes in 5 minutes. I mean, anything could happen to that doji in 5 minutes, but it's not encouraging. Low of the day, huh? It's a pretty big move down. People got in on a short on the move down. They might want to close that before the weekend's up. I don't think I would argue that you're getting greedy. If you feel you're seeing trades and they're complying with how you trade, then you should be taking those trades. If you're throwing your rules to the wind and you're getting lucky today, I mean, God bless you, but that's a slippery slope. The Russell is just not supporting the market move up. It's trading off. Composites around its lows, it looks like. Oh no, it's off its lows. And look at that hammer. I mean, it's just not an orderly market. You get this momentum moving down, and you know that hammer was fairly effective for $3. I mean, it's not a screamer. Still a lower high and a lower low, so it looks like we're still in a downtrend. So we may move to make another low. But we're just in consolidation, so I'm just not interested in anything here. No, that's interesting. That's a lower low on that 30-second, higher low on that 30-second. So you could trade right in here at the 82. You got about 3 points before you hit congestion. I mean, just trading around in this chop just doesn't make sense. So this is either an exhaustion gap or this is halfway between the run. So you could expect like 89. I'm just watching the market, kind of looking at that 30-minute chart to see what it's doing. I would like to try to find a trade on that break right there. Yeah, it just gapped up, that gap. It just popped up over there, and it you know, sometimes they call it an exhaustion gap, but sometimes the gap is the halfway between the run. There were probably a lot of stops over here waiting to get in on the break, and it just gapped up and took out all of those things. So you could use a stop order on a breakout, like you put a stop over here, a buy stop, and when it hits that, it gets you in, and a lot of people do that, and I think that's what happened. They were probably, if they were being real aggressive, they might have been taking that right there, or they could have been taking that right there. So Just a choppy market. 2 o'clock. We're kind of in the afternoon session at the moment. See what happens. Things seem to fall apart around 2:30, 2:45. We're up above that that 50-day moving average. I'd like to see us make a move for that low of yesterday. But I really don't see anything that's making me feel that we're positivo. The 60-minute is turning around, but it's just not making a move. Lay's says BBQ chips are the best chips ever. What was that? Just a financial announcement? Your 1 minute shows an interesting pattern. What's interesting about it? We're just trading around inside this mess. I mean, we're not going to get any real expansion until we break out of this. It looks like even on the 1 minute, I mean, you could put a ray in here and a trend line, but just as viable would be a resistance. And then when you break this resistance, you have this resistance and this resistance. So really, we made a major move in the first half hour or so, and then we're just consolidating in this range, which, you know, that's fine with me. I would just rather not see things get a little bloodier. like an elongated bear flag. Yeah. If you're talking about this whole pattern, it's just that this is a channel. We're just in this channel, trading back and forth. I mean, it's pretty wide. And we're just kind of really focused around the center of it. So the market's really trying to figure out what it's going to do to close for the day. If that's what you're designating as an elongated bear flag. More directly, there's a flag right there. I mean, really, there was no expansion since 11:30. We've just been range bound since 11:30. We had this expansion down, which was very choppy. I mean, you can't even take a trade in that. Every time you take an entry, you're going to get knocked out because the range was too wide. Just chopped its way down, then came back into that range, and hasn't even exceeded the highs. I mean, it's just range bound. There could be some drama, yeah, into the close, but like we have been experiencing. Composites down 89, which is no big deal. The Dow is down 405, which is about 1.25%. And SPX is down less than 1%. It's not a bloodletting, but the day's not over. Just dancing around that cloud. Anybody got other topics of interest right now while we wait for the market to make up its mind? On the 30, we're at 15 minutes, and this bar is not going anywhere, just consolidating even on the 30s. And the momentum is moving up, which is encouraging. That's encouraging that the momentum's moving up on the 30s. Encouraging if you're looking for a higher close. I wonder how Liz is faring with her 2-year-old. She split early. AMC is just bouncing around the 60 mark, not doing anything. Let's take a look at a few. Actually, you know what? I think I want to look at them on the 30. Let's look at CLOV for our newfound friend. No, the 30's not. I mean, the momentum's flat on the 30. It's a doji. Basically saying anything could happen. Flat on the 60. CLOV, boring. AMC. See, this is a divergence. which is somewhat ominous. But really, for the divergence to trigger, it's got to break the 51. Momentum's just flattening here. So it just seems like all the interest is tapered off. Guess everybody went to the Hamptons on AMC. And Boring Berry. Still negative. No, I mean, it's easy to convert currencies, and you know, you can get a credit card that does it for you readily. You know, if I'm at a place that I can't find an ATM, I probably don't need currency anyway. You know, you stock up the boat, and that's what you eat. You and you know, I mean, I catch a lot of my proteins when I'm out. You know, whether it's a lobster, a crab, or a fish. But for the most part, you could, you know, like an Amex or something like that, and you know, like they'll square up and won't even give you any transaction fees or anything for using their card, you know, or converting the currency. You know, the only hang up is Cuba. You know, you can't bring U.S. currency into Cuba. But, you know, if you have some cash stashed in Europe or something and have access to that with a debit card, you could just, you know, one of those debit card MasterCards, or if you have a European credit card, you can just knock it out like that. And you don't want to carry a lot of cash with you because you have to claim it. And then if you don't claim it, you can get yourself in a pickle. So you always have access to money. And if you're going to be sailing off to somewhere secluded, you know, when you have to check in wherever you go. So, you know, that's going to be pretty populated and have resource for you. And then, you know, check in meaning you have to check in with customs. And, you know, customs are around the bigger ports. And then once you leave the port, you could, you know, you could stock up at that port. Use a card, grab some pocket cash and go. But it's always best to have, you know, lots of fishing equipment, lots of fishing line, fishing hooks, shirts for bartering, you know, with locals. Shirts that say, "I love New York." Woo, you can get so much for that. You know, like so much in trade. Well, if you got 400 sitting around, they pay interest just like Tommy. They pay interest just like a mutual fund. So yeah, you know, unless there's service fees and they start picking at that 400. I mean, if they're just asking you to leave your money sit there for the use of real-time data and paper trading, I think that's a fair shake. And they hypothecate that those funds, so it adds to their balance sheet, and they get to borrow securities against it, or if they have a deposit. A lending leg to their company, they could use it towards lending and stuff like that. So, you know, it's a fair shake. They give you ticks. Very flat. Are you saying the market? Yeah, I'm saying the market's very flat too, and it's choppy. I mean, it's just a drag. Mayella. But there's going to be some drama into the close, that's for certain. I mean, it's quadruple witching, so lots of contracts expiring, lots of value disappearing. And there's a crazy premium on puts right now. So that volatility is spiking the cost of puts. But I just want to see what the drama is going to be in the afternoon. Is it going to break to the upside and close higher? Is it going to break to the downside? Yep. So, like as a broker dealer, that's how people short. So, if you own AMC long, I can hypothecate those shares, and it's kind of carries it on my books, and then I have the right to lend it out, and make money on your shares. So, technically you own the shares, but I'm lending them out. And I don't think it's a one-for-one use, but a fraction. I mean, I don't remember the calculation back in the day. So sometimes it's just pays to sit on your hands. So that's something I preach too. It's important to know what trades to take, but it's also important to know when not to trade. And really, when you're just chopping around in this mess, I mean, that's the best time not to trade. You just don't want to get caught in that and just get chopped up. So you just sit back. And today was just a choppy day. I mean, I got a poke in the eye 2 times. A poke in the eye. So I might try this breakout if it breaks above here. I mean, I was kind of hoping that we would have had the break above here. And we'll see what the close of the market. I mean, it may break down. Close on the lows. I mean, we're above the 50. If we hold above that 50, I'm feeling good about what happened today. And everything looks the same. I mean, Tesla's chopping all over the place. Not a bad expansion right here. Around 12 or so. Next triple witching day, I say we take the day off. Go to the beach. $20.70, huh? And you kept up a steady conversation. We're testing that 50-day again. Okay, instead of counting the dollars, though, Ant, are you comfortable with your trades? You feel you executed good trades and, You held to disciplines and didn't take extra heat. That's how you have to judge your trades, because even a losing trade could be a good trade as long as you executed it well. Ugh, it's just ugly, just ugly. Look at that momentum on that 2 minute, just chopping all over the place. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Not an orderly market. The 5 minute is a little smoother, but just flat. And we just keep bouncing off that 50-day moving average. What do we got? This bar is going to end, and it's a doji. It's like just an indecisive bar. Just really nothing to figure, nothing to read. And then we'll just be subject to the buying power of institutions when they start cleaning up their books and everything gets crazy and exciting. Here's a 60-minute chart, doji, 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 and the momentum's rolling around a little bit, which is somewhat encouraging. Cool, cool. I'm glad you had good trades. How does quadruple witching impact the price of AMC? Aside from everybody just not really interested in the market, that's about it. It's not going to, knock it down or push it up or anything like that. It's just, I mean, if people are playing AMC short using contracts and they expire today, they'll roll them forward. And the same with playing it long. So when I say roll it forward, it just means they'll roll into the next contract and consider their cost with that. So that's probably why AMC did nothing today, because everybody's just kind of backed off the market knowing it's quadruple witching. Ballard came out and got all hawkish about interest rates and stuff and just screwed everything up for the morning, So that's why it pushed down to where it is today, the markets. But over the weekend, we'll probably have somebody come out and be a little less hawkish or a little more favorable on the economy and, maybe see a change of venue for the market on Monday. I mean, but we're not done yet, man. Anything could happen in this hour and a half. I mean, this baby could fall apart. So you don't know what you don't know, what's lying out there. Hey, Zach, are you calling me a colon? There's a bobcat hanging out in front of my study. Yeah, I know you aren't. So there's that new 30-minute bar opening it up right in the middle of the other one. Maybe making another doji. I guess even if we close here, it's not a terrible thing. But that momentum is easing up. I'd like to see a break to the upside, please. Hope it doesn't rain this weekend. I want to clean up the property a little bit. Yeah, it smells like low tide. That's, oh, there we go. We're breaking that 50-day moving average. But what I'm thinking is that we're going to make a new low or a higher low in this 30-minute. And the 30-minute momentum is still up. And it's a young bar. So I'm thinking that might be the move. Aye. So I know it's all quiet, but the market's kind of boring and just range bound, and there's really not much opportunity out there. But so we'll just keep watching it and talk about it. It's making a move for the opening, the opening range low. Rather aggressive move too, on the 30-second. It's very bearish on the 1 minute, but I wouldn't really argue too much bearish on the 5 or the 2 minute chart. Breaking that last 30-minute bar. Breaking through the opening range low. I think we might be going to retest the low of the day, ladies and gentlemen, which is 71 and change. 72.23. 72.11. So I think the hot chart is the 30-minute, and let's see what that does, because we're obviously trending up. Let's see if we can make a higher low and then turn around. Is your mind in the gutter? Oh, Miss Atkins. Quite the card. So what do we have here? Composites pulling back a little bit, not as aggressively as the S&P, and the Russell is definitely pulling back aggressively. And the Dow's off its lows. I just keep looking at the other markets, trying to figure out what it's going to do. The blue line is a histogram. If you're talking about the 30-minute, I'm just looking at this trend right here. Yeah, overall, this is a downtrend, but I'm looking for the reversal. So this baby's up. What I'm looking for is a higher low, and then the trend to change. Mr. Anthony. The blue lines of the histogram just kind of show the veracity of the move, which, yeah, you know, it over here you could see it was very aggressive coming down, and now it just kind of petered out. And I mean, I'm just waiting for the closing move. I don't think there's going to be anything tradable here. I just want to see how the market closes. And really, as we get into the next hour, the 3 o'clock hour, That's when everybody's going to start cleaning up their books and closing their trades, closing their shorts, and cleaning up for the weekend. And I just want to see which way they're going to take this market. Hopefully, they don't take it aggressively down. It was just too choppy to get a position to take advantage of, which is a shame because it's a big move, but it was so whippy and choppy that it was a lousy move. Sometimes you get these moves and they're just a straight move, and you can get in and ride it down and make a good bit of money. So I just want to try to figure what tomorrow holds. Right now we're below the 50-day. We closed down here. I'm none too happy about that. I mean, really just that I have these spread trades on, and I just want to make sure that they're safe and I can make the appropriate moves to protect them. And a 3-day move down, that's that's a good bit of trend. And usually the market just moves 3 days one direction, 3 days the next. So unless there's some real fears out there, I'm expecting that tomorrow, Monday, would move a little higher than the close here. But you see on that 30, we're kind of making the move to test the low. And we're about to be halfway through that bar. Yeah, I would prefer a downtrend that's tradable. I just didn't find that this market was tradable. It was just too whippy. And that's consistent with triple and quadruple witching. So I wouldn't mind if it was tradable. But ideally, I have my spreads, and I don't want to compromise that. But if the market was tradable, I would have made a lot of money on the trades, and then decide whether I would close my spreads or not, or ride them out, and I would just be more comfortable with that. So this market, which I felt was untradable on the way down, was kind of opportunity lost on that way down. So here's the 30-minute bar. If it's going to turn around, it'll probably turn around right here, halfway through that bar. Momentum's feeling bearish on the 5-minute and the 2-minute. It's definitely bearish on the 1-minute. And yet the 30-second is all choppy. A quiet, slow-moving day. That we still have an hour and 15 minutes to, or an hour and a half to clean up. Oh no, an hour and 15 minutes. 1 minute momentum is terribly bearish. I mean, the daily momentum is terribly bearish. Wow, just so quiet, huh? Just nothing moving. You're starting to like the weekends because you can't trade? Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, you know what? You got to find something to keep you occupied that's entertaining. And it's good to go decompress. Keeps your head clear. I'm going to be grinding out a bit of lawn, doing a little work around the house. Hopefully I'll be outside most of the day. Looked like it was going to be a little rainy tomorrow. Here we go. We're getting close to that 3 o'clock hour. Not quite making a new low, but we're pushing down. Well below that 50-day moving average. So, I mean, theoretically, you could take that break right there, but you know, you have all this congestion right here. So, I mean, it could whip you out. It's not a clean trade that I'd be interested in. Could take one off at the 23. The ultimate goal being the 41.81, and I'd probably take one off around the 33. I didn't take the trade. I was just laying it out. I just don't want to trade moving into all this congestion. I mean, it could be the morning snapback, but I'd rather do that off of a new low than midway in the trading range. A rather unfavorable bar. As is that 60. That 60-minute is looking very heavy. Just going to leave me with a bearish sentiment for Monday. Yeah, you needed to flush the lows, huh? Yeah, I thought it was going to just make that move and keep going up. I mean, we got half a gap fill out of the composite, and then it turned around, went the other way. Well, you have all those options expiring today, which obviously is influential. Even Amazon gave up its gains. Mm-hmm. 5 minutes left to that 30-minute bar, and it's looking very bearish. It's interesting. Keep pushing down, but that momentum is kind of fading up. Might be rolling right there. Yeah, 2 minute and the 5 minute are looking negative. Going to check out those lows of the day. There you go, Drew. You're getting your wish. Just no news going on. Now, you know what? Monday we got Fed Williams' speech, but that's at 3 o'clock. And then Tuesday you get the testimony of Powell. So, yeah, that's going to be the primary focus for next week. Well, I'm sorry it's not harder for you. As long as you have some rule or premise for the trade. Here's a trade I might take. We're at the lows. So what does that rejection off the bottom mean? Does it mean it's going to turn around? Just a little retrace of that last 30-minute bar. Really unusual for a 30-minute bar to go and retrace entirely, but not impossible. Maybe we're heading for that 50 EMA again. What did you take with 10 calls? What did you take with 10 calls? No, look at that baby just coming right back at you. Oh, the bounce off the bottom? Yeah. Yeah, you had a little hammer right here. Yeah, it's an aggressive retrace right there. What chart are you looking at, Anthony? The 1 minute? Because I could see a red. On the 30, I see a little hammer in there with some upward momentum that you could play. This could be a trend reversal right here. I would wait for it to break. Oh, that looks horrible. I'm looking to take that break of the low. Well, when it looks horrible, you buy a put. So what the hell's it doing over here by the low, man? So you got to hate those erratic movements. We have a divergence here. I got it on the 1 minute. I got it on the 2 minute. The 5 minute is very bullish though. 5 minute hasn't turned. Oh, just noticed I got calls loaded up. There we go. Yeah, it's just going to keep teasing us around that low. We can argue a bear flag on the 2 minute. Would I buy the dip of the market? Yeah, I'm pretty bullish the market. I mean, you got a lot of Fed talk coming out next week. They could push it down. We've already had 1, 2, 3, 4 days in this trend. I mean, 3 good down days. 4 days off the high. So I wouldn't be surprised if we got a retrace. I mean, that guy Bollard, he was real hawkish today, and they had him out at the beginning of the market. So that and being the third Friday of the month, I think that lends itself to what happened today. I mean, I'm just kind of trying to get a feel for what everybody's going to do into the close. I'm not too excited about taking a trade, but I just want to try to have an understanding of what to expect at the open tomorrow, Monday. I mean, we're down 1% now in the S&P for the day. And the patterns are identical on all of the markets. The Russell sold off pretty aggressively, but looks like it's making a reversal pattern. But I'm only looking at a 1 minute, so that's not really to say how far. Halfway through that 30-minute bar, and looks like it's trying to push its way up. The 5 minute just turned, but it's still bearish. Wyatt, I mean, you got a lot of time decay to contend with, so that's not really my style of trading. But yeah, I don't think that we're coming into a debacle in this market. You know, we have a good economy. I mean, futures contracts are kind of showing that appreciation is over. You know, future contracts are rolling over and coming down. So I don't think that the inflation is going to be as aggressive as everybody's talking about. That's quite a retrace right there. We're at the 76%. We might go to 100% on that small move. Still early in that bar. We're not even halfway through that bar yet, that 30-minute bar. So it could turn around. I mean, it's an obvious divergence right there coming off the low. You know, that being a good support that bodes well for a move up. I'm not really looking for any trades. I'm just trying to see if this market is going to, you know, come back, eat up some of these losses, give us a tail on the daily. Yo, feeling 580, huh? 50.80, super. 10 contracts. You have no idea what's going on? Yeah, me neither. I mean, pretty good test to the bottom, but you know, it's just going to be all whippy and jerky towards the close because it's the third Friday of the month. I know it's been quiet and easy. It's kind of been mellow for me because I've got some blues playing in my ear, and I'm just watching the market go back and forth. But if you had a good time, spread the word. Hit the subscribe, hit the bell, hit the like. You can hit me up in the chat if you got any questions. Oh, there you go. There you go. Testing the high of that 30-minute bar. That's encouraging. The 5 minutes rolling around. It hasn't done anything to change its trend. Actually, nobody's made a higher high. Actually, the 30-second is the only one that's made a higher high and a higher low. Here's a higher high. Here's a higher low, higher high. Let's see if it goes into consolidation or keeps the pattern going. Past the halfway point of that 30-minute bar. This is where it usually turns around. Nope. AMC's making its move down. Oh, and all right, let's not get over enthusiastic about this move. Anything could happen. We're testing the opening range low right now. We're running up against it. We'll probably butt our heads, but you know, we're in a bearish trend on the 30-second. We could argue a cheesy bear flag on the 2-minute bull flag. Did I say bearish trend? We're in a bullish trend and a bull flag. I mean, we're pushing up, but I don't see any trend reversals on the 5-minute or we're making a higher high. We just need a higher low on the 2-minute and the 1-minute to call it a trend. But this is everybody cleaning house. I think we might have just popped through the open of the previous day. Get rid of that. You can see I put a Fibonacci on this move down, and we retraced it 100%, and then we hit the 127, and we're building a flag just to show you how you could rely on the Fibonacci. It's not a coincidence that it hit there and retraced. It's the symmetry of the market. It's a nice 30-minute bar if it could hold its high. Looks like the 60-minute is turning, but obviously we still have 40 minutes left on that 60-minute bar. Making our way up towards that 50-day moving average, which is that gold bar right there, that gold horizontal line. We're testing it now. It's a lot of flags. Usually lose steam when you get that many flags. But the 5-minute is definitely making a move. No trend yet, but not rolling over to make a lower low, a lower high. Oh, and we just blew right through that 50. And there she goes, just grinding up. Look at that 30-minute bar, man. I hope that holds. That's a good-looking bar, man. You know, retrace that whole thing. Could be engulfing if it breaks the high. You see we came down lower, be below this bar. And if it breaks the high, that's an engulfing bar. But that's just me being optimistic. Let's just be pragmatic. See if we do a last kiss on that 50-minute. Oh, this line is not the previous day, but the day prior to that. That's the 16th. That's the low of the 16th. No, that doesn't make sense either. I have no idea what that bar is. It's a blue bar. Oh, that's Amazon. Okay. Oh, yeah, I must be tired. I'm sitting here trading off of Amazon. Here comes the last kiss. Anthony's trading options, and I believe he's paper trading. But it looks like he's having some very disciplined days. And that's cool if he could pull that off for a month. He might be able to have some confidence in what he's doing. Oh, yeah. Make a move for that high. On the 30-minute, that blue line is an 8-period EMA, and it just blew right past that. And the 8-period is above the 13-period, which is the solid blue line below it. So that's a good positive indication. Nonetheless, I still want to see it break the high of this 30-minute bar, which is 84.43. And that's a nice engulfing bar. And we're above the 50 EMA, which is encouraging, but we still have a half hour, and you know how this bad boy could just turn around on us. But Mr. Dieter called it. He said they flush out the lows on that composite, and we get all the ugly people out of the market. Oh, so did you jump into that move? All right, I'm going to close my last third if it just hits that 82.39. But there's a nice engulfing right there. If we can close up that nice strong bar, there's probably more move to the upside. I don't think I will partake. So here's the trend reversal right here. Really no hammers to support it, but the 5 minute stayed bearish, but the 2 minute turned around. So the good entry was right at 74. You could use 75 calls, and then just the standard off a third, off a third, off a third. A lot of bear flags though. I got nervous right around here. I thought this run would end, but away it went. I'm just watching this for a double top, and then you could peel your last third off on that. So we still have a half hour left. I don't know if we would call that an end of the day snapback. We kind of look for a end of the day snapback, although we might get one if we get a double top here, but I'm not going to get involved with that. I'm not trading well today. I mean, I made money, but I was actually trading this position off of my Amazon chart or using it as targets. So now I'm a little scary. I probably need some rest. Yeah, Ant, you had a really good day. As long as you like what you did, man, you didn't cheat, take a little extra heat, stay, not play your stops, just stayed in things and let them run. It's not the money that counts, man. It's the quality of the trades. The money's a byproduct. So, I made a bit of loot on this run, but I'm a little disappointed that I was using my Amazon chart as a target. So I should recognize that I'm a little under weather and I'm a little tired, and I really shouldn't have taken that trade. So I'm not going to pat myself on the back because I made money on that trade. I am going to buy myself a steak tonight, though. I'm out in my last third on that trade right up here. And you could see the fade off of the double tops, right? I want everybody's eye to become keen to that. The fade off of the double top here, double top here. And this reversal, at 3 o'clock, you could start looking for a reversal move. And it's fairly consistent every day. And this is interesting because of this deviation. And I guess you could have taken an entry down here, but the market hasn't been good to me today, so I wasn't interested in an aggressive entry. And I waited right here, and I almost executed puts instead of calls by accident. So that's strike number 2 on that trade for me. Another reason why I don't trade late into the day, because I just get tired and lose focus. And you stay true to your stops. Good man. 89.30. 10 contracts you were trading all day. That's cool. That's cool. So so you picked up 8 points. That's cool. All right. Yeah, you're at 444, 460. But don't get drunk by the scent of your own perfume, because you were a little bit sloppy in the beginning. So yeah, just stay cool, stay humble, and just see how many days you can keep going, and stay disciplined, and trade with your rules. That's not the EMA we're bouncing off of again, is it? Yeah, it is, man. See all that move, and we're still in a vicarious position on the day. And we're going to need more of an up move. Well, we're in the next half hour. Let's see. I mean, we have an engulfing. That's positive. It's really not an entry unless you break the engulfing, and you break the high of the engulfing bar, and I mean, it's late in the day, so I don't know that I would take another trade. I mean, actually, after Forrest Gumping my way through that last trade. Yeah, absolutely, man. If you could recognize where you were sloppy, and you've cleaned that up, then yeah, man, that's absolutely an accomplishment. Yeah, I bet Anthony's trading at the money call options. I mean, they would be the cheapest. We're not holding them overnight, and that's the greatest return on your investment, and that's what we're looking for. So on this move, I took 175, and I'm figuring Anthony probably did the same. Back to that opening range low. Composite is selling off a little bit. But this is just a little retrace of what just transpired. The Dow's just not participating in this. Still down 1% on the S&P. See, this is kind of the pattern I'm seeing on all the meme stocks. This run up, comes down, and it swings up and drops down, swings up and drops down. pretty quick 50% retracement right there. That momentum is looking kind of slow. What time is it? You could watch for a bear flag on the 5-minute. Good strong move up, strong move up. It's a bit of a heavy retracement, but it's not quite 50%. At that point, 50%, I would say avoid the flag. Oh, and there it is. It just hit it. What a shame. Only 25 minutes left to that bar. It would have been a bear flag. Yep. Your executions will be a little different when you're trading real time. So that's why I'm saying don't get drunk by the scent of your own perfume. Just keep refining it, refining it, refining it. There'll be a little learning curve when you go live. But yeah, that's cool. No, I'll spend $8,000 for dinner. Yeah, I've never used that platform. So anyway, we have, we still got a half hour. But anybody new, if you like what you see, just subscribe, hit the bell, see what's going on. Look for the training videos in the upload part of our channel. And just meet with us every day, and we'll talk about the market and what's happening. We really didn't get to talk about much today. There weren't too many trades that I took. Just really the snapback at the end of the day was the extent of it. But I'll go through that in my wrap-up too and just show that trade. Oh, I'm hot. I'm tired. I got a little headache. I'm ready for the nicer things in life. Can't even argue that's a bull flag on the 30-minute because the party's over. But you can, I mean, if it breaks that engulfing bar, it should stop moving up. As it stands today, I'm going to have a bearish bias for Monday, as it stands right now. Yeah, toss. I don't know about toss. I don't think or swim does. Kerry. Not trade station. I'm talking about. Yeah, think or swim is toss, but yeah, trade station has 30-second. If you're talking to me. Well, try the tick, Kerry, instead of moving platforms. See, do they offer tick charts? And the 10-second should be close. I mean, if it doesn't look right, then you just play with it. You know, or the 10 tick chart, you could play with it and go to 15 tick, or you know, to see how close you come. But again, you're going to get relatively the same presentation. You know, maybe a little before or a little after, but you're trading the same setup. It doesn't have to be exactly you know, on time with my setup. You'll see the deviations. You'll see the trend reversals, the lower highs and lower lows, and higher highs and higher lows. Oh, yeah, you just got to look in your chart setup and you'll know. Yeah, I don't know if they do too. That's why I went to Ninja, because a lot of the platforms where I'm comfortable leaving my money, they really don't offer tick or 30-second. They're just not made for trading, you know. But they offer good protection as far as bankruptcy and things like that. If they go under, I know I can get my money. Oh, look at that 30-minute. Come on, man. Push up and challenge that high. That 5-minute momentum went bullish. That's a good indication of a nice long-term move. I mean, at this point, it's really just who cleans up their books, how much money they put in it, and where they're going to push this thing. You know, I mean, the technicals are kind of out the window. We have a general idea, but this late in the day, on the third Friday of the month, but I'm liking this this 30-minute momentum. I mean, obviously, I guess we could say it's too choppy to really call it a trend. I mean, I'd be happy if it broke that high right there, which I guess is for Monday. Coming into the halfway mark of that 30-minute bar in about 1 minute. If it's going to turn around, it'll probably turn around then. Start trading off. We're above the 50. That's encouraging. $185 on the 1 minute. Yeah. Well, I got news for you. It's getting close to 185 on all the time frames. But yeah, it's probably, it might break that that engulfing. $85.23. That's what we're looking for. Looks like it's setting up a bearish divergence on the 30-second. But the 5 minutes got good momentum. It's nice and strong. It's got a little inflection here in the histogram, which is always a good sign. This is the test right there, that 85.23. Go, baby, go. Can it do it? Oh, there it goes. Pop through. Just keep running. Oh, it's kicking back. And that's the 15-minute mark. A lot of resistance at that point. You realize that after you type it? Yeah, I know what you're saying, though. You were seeing that that pivot high on the 1 minute. But look at all that congestion to get through. Just got rejected. Boo, boo. I mean, it could blow up in the last 10 minutes. I think Powell speaks next week, and he's probably going to be a lot more dovish than this last character. I just wish they were Democrats, because then they would just, they'd be a little biased in the favor of the economy to favor the Democrats. But all the governors are Republicans now. And I think Powell's, I don't know when his term is up. Yeah, we're just leaving off the 4,000. So he was talking about the pivot high at 4,185 on the SPX. So, yeah, just, I mean, that's common industry jargon. Oh, man, look at what they did to that 30-minute bar. Just to leave off the 4,000, because, when we're talking or typing, you got to say 4,185. So the 185 mark. I mean, if I was trading on the team, I would probably just use the hundreds or even the tens and say I'm at 80. I'm taking it at 85. Oh, man. Look at that. Is it going to retrace the whole way? And, I mean, if you look at the 30-minute, I mean, that's really, you know, all it's been doing all day is just staying in this range right here. I guess we could, well, these are just rays. I don't want to confuse anybody, but look at that. We were like really went nowhere. I mean, this is our trading range for the day so far. Let's hope that we don't just bust right through that. A lot of nastiness can happen in 10 minutes. And all the markets made that retrace and up and are trading off right now. Did it break the engulfing? Yeah, it just tickled it. Oh, man. Making a move for the low. That's the last 10 minutes right there. Just kicked off. Apple just spiked. That's encouraging. Tesla spiked. Amazon spiked. Financials are trading off. I think that's what's dragging the S&P down. Yeah, and we're below the 50. Yeah, it's kind of choppy today, Zach. I think I took a total of 3 trades. I made money on the last one. It was a quiet day. But, again, third Friday of the month, which is quadruple witching now. And so you get this erratic kind of trading. And I think the first move down was the comments of the Fed Governor Bullard, I think. I mean, I know I watched it. And he was just very hawkish and all about inflation. But the move down doesn't make sense to me because commodities are starting to roll over, and the spike in commodities seem like they're done. So it's very probable that inflation is not going to be as hot as they're expecting. And then they were surprised with the unemployment claims that spiked. Although a lot of teachers file, but yeah, that's kind of considered. Yeah, and then there's seasonality, which is dragging the market down too. Look at that indecisive 30-minute bar right there where my crosshairs are dancing around. I mean, right now it's just a doji. And we still have 8 minutes left to that bar. They could turn around, make it a little hammer. But, I mean, this is just saying, who knows? I would like to see it above this 8-day EMA. So everybody go out there and buy securities listed on the SPX. Push that baby up. And if you're new to the channel, subscribe and see what's going on. And we're teaching good trading practices, showing people how to be professionals and have a sustainable trading pattern and setups and entry techniques and consistent income every day and have a good time. And be in the industry when the fads stop. So again, hit the subscribe, hit the bell, hit the like, hit up the Cash App so we can improve the channel. Nope, there you go, testing that 8th day. Busting through that 8th day, stalling out a little bit on the 8th day. Oh, there it goes, popping it. Oh, got beat down. If it was going to run, it would have run. And share the channel. Share the channel. Let them know what's going on over here. We're teaching people how to live off the grid, make some money, try to commune with nature, and be able to buy the Cheerios when so needed. Six minutes left. Let's hope nothing horrific happens. Oh, there you go. There's horrific. 5 minutes left. So now you can't even apply any technicals to this. It's just going to dance around. People are going to clean up their books. Could be nasty. Yeah, it actually, yeah, I was looking at that on the 32nd. It's an M pattern. And usually it breaks out here and does a last kiss right here, but the last kiss was aggressive, and now it's trading down. So, yeah, you know, that's what an M pattern does. And it may be making a race for the bottom. And we still have 4 minutes, so we could be making all new lows in the next 4 minutes. And the momentum is definitely there to do it. I mean, that's a 10-point swing in 10 minutes. I mean, in less than a minute. It's going to be a long 3 minutes. The Russell's not tanking like this, and the composite's not. This is just the S&P acting up like this. The Dow's down, but it's not getting too aggressive. And what's doing it? Financials are selling off, and energy's selling off. Apple gave back all those spikes. Oh, there you go, breaking the low, making a new low. Hit the like. Tell them, Zach. Tell them. You have a good weekend too, Andrew. Thanks for joining us. I hope it was of value to you. Oh, yeah, you said we closed at the low of the day. We created a new low. Got 2 minutes to go. Probably build in a bear flag. Hey, we could say that's an engulfing bear bar to the downside now. Oh, Lord. Close the market. We got 30 seconds. There goes the extension it broke. Wow, look at that. That's quite a sell-off, man. And Russell is not budging, but the composite's selling off, not breaking the lows. S&P is probably the weakest. Dow's pretty aggressive too. It's down about 500. Wowzer. And there you go. It's a wrap. You have a good weekend, Finn. I will see you in the AM on Monday. Everybody enjoy the weekend. It was a lot of fun today. And look for the wrap-up, and we'll have a good idea of what's going on for next week. So you're very welcome, Tommy. I hope I was of value to you. You took another trade, did you, Anthony? 13,000 for the day? That's good. Good for you, man. Just stick to the rules. Stick to the rules. Yep. Maybe. Well, you know what? You're just sharpening those teeth so you can get ready to get into the market. All right. So I'm going to wrap it up. You guys have a good weekend. And I'll see you guys Monday morning at 9 o'clock.